District of Columbia, our nation's capital, for more than an hour. Deep concern about violence tonight as the sun has set and what will happen in the hours ahead. We've been on the air now for some 6 hours covering all of this and want to bring in Weijia Zhang, who is at the White House. Weijia.
Honora, the White House just called a photo lid, which signals that we will not see or hear from President Trump anymore tonight. But just a short time ago, he tweeted for protesters to go home with love and in peace. But Nora, it is notable that he did not condemn the violence that we have watched all day long. In fact, he justified it, saying this is what happens when a sacred landslide election is stripped away from great patriots, which, of course, is not true. He echoed that falsehood in a message that the White House released earlier today, but we should note it was pre-recorded. It was not a live address, which, of course, carries more urgency. And it came 2 hours after we saw the unrest begin, and only after a growing number of calls from Republican leaders and President-elect Joe Biden for Mr. Trump to directly speak to the crowd. Here's what he said.
You have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt.
In that same message, Nora, he also amplified the very falsehoods that were fueling the violence today, again claiming that the election was rigged. And so that is why there is so much criticism tonight against President Trump from only reacting to what has happened, but missing the opportunity to proactively ask his supporters to remain calm as they came here to Washington. And of course, what we don't know now is also what he plans to do next after Congress certifies these results. He is absolutely out of options. He already is. He has made clear he will not concede. So will he offer any sort of leadership in his final days of office? Nora?
Weijia Zhang there at the White House, and what has no doubt been an extraordinary day there, as well as the vice president who for 4 years has been quite loyal to this president in every way. Has today broken with the president?
Only in the sense that he is upholding the Constitution and governing federal law. And for that to be a rupture in a relationship between any vice president and president is a scandal in this country. And to your point, Nora, about this idea of loyalty and fulfilling every mandate that President Trump laid before his vice president, I am reminded of an interview I conducted with Chris Christie about a year ago when his book came out. And Chris Christie, in the middle of that interview, said President Trump is most disloyal to the people who are most loyal to him. Let that sink in for a second. And Mike Pence, the most loyal Republican within 100 miles of President Trump for 4 straight years, is living that nightmare today. And the country got a glimpse of a nightmarish aspect of what President Trump can incite, and does enliven in the most poisonous corners of American politics by what we saw play out in the nation's capital.
At the same time, what was the warning we heard today from the Republican leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, who has also been extraordinarily loyal to this president and has not rebuked him at barely any steps?
He has tried to ignore and sidestep most of the most outrageous things that President Trump has said, and on judges, regulations, tax policy, completely locks up with the president. But he said, if what was contemplated by those who wish to object to this election was carried out, democracy would be, and I'm quoting him directly, in a death spiral. He said the Congress would turn itself into a national board of elections on steroids, that the evidence the president's cite is extraordinarily thin, the underlying election was not unusually close, and the president has embraced sweeping conspiracy theories.
Sweeping conspiracy theories leveled at the President of the United States. We now have Mitt Romney saying that Trump incited an insurrection at the Capitol. There is blame from a number of Republicans squarely at the president for what has happened to an institution, no matter what party, that they dearly love and revere. And as a result, I think we're going to see an image, certainly that they want to present, of unity tonight, as senators are going to walk back together, as Grace Sears has reported, back into the Capitol. Not only, I think, an important message domestically, but externally as well to foreign governments who tonight are allies expressing concern and unity with the United States, are adversaries making hay out of what has happened here in our nation's capital.
It's incredible to think that the Canadian Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister issue statements about political unrest in the United States of America. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah.
We aren't the subject of those kinds of statements. We're the ones making them about other corners of the world. And today, we are no better than things that go on in Caracas, Managua, Eastern Europe. It's just incredible.
Except that we do have what has been a largely peaceful disbursement of these crowds by law enforcement. In those other countries, those who carried out a mob or protested in this way would be shot dead.
Right. But as Michael Morrell told us earlier today, the PR aspect of this in corners of the world will be, see, you want democracy, it's going to look a lot like that.
But there is an exasperation now by Republican members who have had to spend the last 4 hours huddled together in a secure place together. Roy Blunt, a member of the Republican leadership, saying, I don't want to hear anything from Trump tonight.
And that's a man who faces a re-election in 2 years and knows he would probably need support from supporters.
And who does not endorse his junior Missouri colleague, Josh Hawley's efforts to object to the acceptance by Congress of the Electoral College votes. And doing so knowing that the Trump world has vowed to, quote-unquote, primary, therefore politically attack any Republican who doesn't, quote-unquote, fight on behalf of the president. It is worth noting that that fight is anti-constitutional, anti-federalist, and antithetical to everything America stands for.
And for those Republicans that said today was unimaginable, there have been some who have saying, no, this is the culmination of continuing to allow President Trump to have no guardrails. And that was part of the exasperation, you could call desperation, that we heard in the voice of the Republican leader of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy, who we spoke with earlier today. He was the first indication that we got that they were desperately calling the White House, telling the president, this must end. Take a listen. Why have you all run from the Capitol? Why not stay there and meet these people who believe the same way that you do? Why not meet them with courage?
I can't tell you where we are out of safety for everybody else. But the one thing I will tell you is people can have a disagreement. We disagree every day when it comes to politics. People can have that. Not this. Nobody supports this. Nobody encourages this. Nobody wants this. I want to be very clear. I condemn any of this activity. This is not anything I support. This is not anything that I would be a part of, and this has got to stop.
This has got to stop. From the most senior Republican in the House of Representatives. The question will be, what will they do? That is the question at 8 o'clock tonight. This must stop how? Or will they continue the debate over counting the electoral votes? Will the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives be able to corral the objections of House members? Or will it have to occur in the Senate? Because you need both a written objection from a House member and a Senate member. Yeah. Will the Senate hold the line on this? Or will we go back into a debate again like we saw earlier today? In terms of the guardrails for democracy, tonight we see Twitter, Facebook, other social media companies that are under fire for disseminating misinformation, allowing the wildfire to spread of misinformation, taking some limited action. Ed?
That's right. A little while ago, Twitter announced that as a result, I'm just quoting from them, as a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., they're requiring the removal of 3 real Donald Trump tweets, quote, that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. In a subsequent tweet, they say they will lock the account of the president for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Future violations, including our civic integrity or violent threats policy, will result in permanent suspension of the @Real Donald Trump account. And I can hear some of you viewers through the camera saying, what took them so long and why only now? But it's being done. And Facebook also earlier today took down the video of what he had posted this afternoon out of similar concern, that while he was telling these protesters to go home and stop, he was still spreading misinformation, and inciting his supporters by reiterating these falsehoods about the election being stolen from him.
And it's worth noting that in this context, the president has assailed in every direction in Washington. He has assailed the Supreme Court. He has assailed his own Justice Department. He has assailed his FBI. He has assailed Republicans. He has assailed anyone who does not endorse, amplify, and seek to legislatively or procedurally topple this election. That is the loyalty test he is now applying. It is without precedent in our history.
The other big headline of the day is Democrats taking control of the United States Senate. That big runoff election just yesterday, 2 Senate races, unprecedented turnout, more than 4.5 million people in a January election turning out, more than 70% voting via mail, more than 1 million coming out to the polls. The Republican Party feeling confident going in that they would likely win those races, and it turns out that the 2 Democratic candidates actually outperformed Joe Biden among key Democratic constituencies, among African Americans, among young people in the suburbs, doing better than expected, and therefore CBS News projects that both Democrats have won those 2 seats. Really an extraordinary development, given to not only just about what's changed in the state of Georgia, once a ruby red state, and the changing demographics in a state like this, but Raphael Warnock is the reverend and the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King spoke from that podium. I was there for just this year for the funeral of John Lewis. This is a landmark election because Senator-elect Warnock, I guess we could call him Reverend Warnock, becomes the first African-American elected Democrat from the South, the first from Georgia. Extraordinary. As he pointed out today, his mother, who used to pick cotton in Georgia, was able to pick her son and vote for her son to be a United States Senator.
And this is part of the legacy as well of the last 2 years of political fighting in this country, that we have seen tremendous change and progress in corners of the country where many didn't think it was possible. And this is also the result of about a decade's worth of work by Democrats in Georgia to gin up support, find people, encourage
contact
them,
them, speak to them,
and get them to vote.
Try to persuade them. It's hard work. It takes many, many years. Both parties learn this. But there's some interesting news to share with you, Nora and Ed. The Vice President's office has just released a statement saying 2 things that are important. One, that the Vice President never left the Capitol, and that he has worked throughout the day with all branches of government and senior congressional leadership to make this situation better. That's my description of what the statement says, and that he is prepared to resume his duties tonight when Congress reconvenes.
That's extraordinary. There's a lot of news coming out of the Capitol. I want to talk about that in just a minute. But first, also want to go to Georgia as we're on that note, because Mark Strassman has covered those 2 Senate races there, and he is outside Ebenezer Church tonight. Mark?
Nora, with your indulgence, I want to talk first about a further ripple of what we've been watching in Washington. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and his staff for the last several weeks have needed security because they've lived with threats. Well, this morning outside the state capitol building in downtown Atlanta, a group of Trump protesters gathered. On the other side of the building stood 4 men in military-style clothing carrying long guns. And out of an abundance of caution, Raffensperger decided to evacuate his staff. He sent them all home because he knew that, after all, they still had an election to oversee. And even though there are thousands of ballots here still uncounted, apparently there is no way that the Republican candidates can make up the gap. So we have 2 senators-elect here in Georgia. First, of course, is Jon Ossoff. Jon Ossoff is 33 years old. He's the first Jewish senator elected from the state of Georgia. And then you have our Pastor Raphael Warnock, the first black senator elected from the state of Georgia. It has been a remarkable and historic day, a remarkable and historic election, 24 hours here in Georgia. It's a day that many Democrats and many Republicans never thought that they would live to see, and yet it's here. And I have to tell you that the the ripples here, what it suggests about Georgia as a changing state, the referendum on the Trump years, because the president came here and campaigned nominally for these candidates, mostly for himself and his fraud allegations. And in the end, Metro Atlanta's changing demographics, younger, more diverse, more progressive, turned their back on the president and instead voted for the two Democrats. And again, it's something that many state Republicans here are furious about because they believe that the president's approach was a distraction, helped depress turnout among Republicans, because in the end, not enough Republican voters showed up, and more than enough Democratic voters showed up. Nora?
And I know Mark is someone that has lived there in Atlanta and Georgia and reports all the time and talks to many people. It seems remarkable what has changed there.
You know, it really has. It's, Georgia, as you've said, once ruby red, that has been slowly changing. But you do have the sense, both with the president's defeat here and now with the two senators, that these changes may be happening much faster than people realized, and that the Republican Party's traditional approach wasn't working particularly well as time was going on. And then, of course, the Trump years was something profoundly different. The whole overall approach was very, very different. And I think what you can say here is that the president wore out his welcome in the suburbs of Atlanta. Many Republicans who I know, lifelong Republicans, have said, yeah, I just can't do it. And so there is going to be a moment of reckoning, I think, here in Georgia and elsewhere. Georgia could be a cautionary tale for other red states that have gone all in on the Trump approach and essentially been very, very loyal to the president. So we're going to have to see how that goes, of course, in the days and weeks ahead. But clearly, there is a real seismic shift going on here in Georgia.
It's a brilliant political analysis and reporting. Thank you, Mark Strassman, because even one of the closest aides to the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, made that point. When the results finally came in, he made the point, he said, suburbs, suburbs, suburbs. That when you've turned off those suburban voters that could be traditionally more conservative, that want to perhaps vote Republican, but we saw this in the presidential election, but we're turned off by some of the president's rhetoric and other stuff, switch back to the Democratic Party, that is the flashing warning sign for the Republican Party that I think led Mitch McConnell today to deliver that extraordinary rebuke of the president, as well as the efforts by his Republican colleagues to prolong this process. Because you both have covered the Congress, as have I. McConnell will usually let the process kind of play itself out, knowing that it will reach an ultimate outcome. Today, he made clear he wasn't in favor of this process, that
No.
some of the Republican senators were under.
No, not only was he not in favor of it, he had actively, privately discouraged it, was unable to achieve that, and was essentially, with his speech, taking those who did not heed his request to the rhetorical woodshed. There's something important about Georgia, because we talked earlier about, were there warning signs? Yes, there were. Gabriel Sterling, one of the top election officials in Georgia, who has had to repeatedly debunk and explain away all of these wacky, unjustified theories of things going askew with vote counts in Georgia, many weeks ago said, Mr. President, stop this rhetoric. People will get hurt. People will get shot. He said those words out loud with great passion and great emphasis. Weeks ago, not yesterday, he foreshadowed, sadly, regrettably, heartbreakingly, what we saw play out today.
There's been another development for those that follow politics closely. Richard Burr is a retiring Republican senator from North Carolina. There's been talk that Lara Trump will actually try and seek his seat.
President's daughter-in-law, yeah.
Yes, Richard Burr has been referred to as a good old boy many times, and today he issues a strong rebuke of the president, saying this: the president bears responsibility for today's events by promoting the unfounded conspiracy theories that have led to this point. It is past time to accept the will of American voters and to allow the nation to move forward. We are now just about 40 minutes away from finding out what will happen with the rest of the Republican Party on Capitol Hill and what they will do as they continue this constitutionally mandated process of counting the electoral votes. Will they fall in line behind the Republican Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and others who seem exasperated and disgusted with what has happened today, or will they continue to oppose and pour fuel on these unfounded conspiracy theories that Senator Richard Burr, the Republican from North Carolina, has just mentioned? And
so far, we got word of only one member of the House Republican contested caucus saying she's instead now going to back off and vote to approve these electoral college. Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington State, former member of House Republican leadership, now saying that she will not join her colleagues in contesting these results. We'll see if there are more of those, but that's a signal that at least some of them have certainly seen what happened today and realized there are graver consequences.
We're going to take a quick break, and our coverage of the assault on the Capitol continues in just a moment.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. You continue to watch a CBS News special report after rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol building in Washington today. The angry mob overturned barricades, battled with police, broke windows, disrupting the Electoral College vote count. Lawmakers were forced into hiding in several secure locations there at the Capitol after demonstrators breached the Senate chamber. D.C. is now under curfew, and the National Guard has been activated. At least one person has died, others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been found and disabled. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have called the violence un-American. In a taped message, President Trump again falsely claimed to win the election, but he did call on protesters to go home after earlier encouraging them to march to the Capitol. President-elect Joe Biden called it an insurrection, as did former President Bush. We're going to take you back to my colleagues, Nora O'Donnell, Major Garrett, Ed O'Keefe, and our CBS News special report.
The final step in acknowledging that President-elect Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election, and in 2 weeks from today will be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. I want to bring in Nancy Cordes, who is on Capitol Hill. And Nancy, tell us what you're hearing may happen in the next half an hour.
Well, Nora, we're seeing some movement. Workers from the Senate floor, the aides who basically keep the Senate running, have now been escorted back from a Senate office building where they have been holed up for hours, back over to the Senate floor to prepare for the Senate coming back into session around 8 p.m. to continue its debate of these Electoral College results. So that's the first concrete sign that we have seen that this is, in fact, getting underway, and that they are, in fact, aiming for an 8 p.m. start. And then we just got word from Steny Hoyer, he's the number 2 Democrat in the House, he controls the House floor, that they are trying to get revved up as well. He says members are advised that as soon as the House Sergeant-at-Arms confirms that the Capitol building is safe and secure, the House is expected to reconvene and resume debate. This is important to lawmakers for a couple of reasons. First of all, they want to show that an angry mob is not going to stop them from doing the people's work. It is laid out in the Constitution, after all, that this is something that Congress does on the 6th of January after an election year. They go ahead and they count up the Electoral College ballots and they announce the winner. So they don't want to be kept from that job. They say it's a very important piece of business, and they don't want it to appear either to other Americans or around the world that they were stopped from doing that today. So they want to get back to work. The big question now, Nora, is what are House and Senate Republicans going to do? Are they going to continue with their plan to contest the results in, let's say, 5 more battleground states? They're meeting at this hour, the Senate Republicans at least. They're in a room. We've got reporters outside of that room ready to tell us what's happened once they come out. But it is a mystery right now, and there's a very good chance that there is a diversity of thought, if you will, among these Republicans about what exactly they should do. You've got Josh Hawley of Missouri, Ted Cruz of Texas, James Lankford of Oklahoma. These are very different individuals Republicans who sort of found a marriage of convenience here when they all decided to contest the results, but they all had very different reasons, and there's no guarantee that they all feel the same way now about what they should do going forward. And that's why these conversations seem to have dragged on for quite a long time now, and we're still waiting for an answer about what this process is going to look like after everything that we've seen today.
Nancy Cortez there on Capitol Hill, and what we are expecting in the next half hour is a key moment, I think, for not only the Republican leadership, but the Republican Party. A moment when all eyes of the nation and the world are trained on the United States Capitol. Concern about how it could end, we have reached this point at the tail end of the Trump presidency, which has already had so much controversy and now ends with this, a storming of what has been called the citadel of democracy.
Right. The Trump presidency is not without accomplishments. It's not without achievements. But those achievements, those accomplishments, whatever they are, and however dearly you hold them, if you're a Trump supporter, are overshadowed, if not utterly erased, by this spectacle today of people who say they are with him, who want to topple an election and do so through anti-constitutional means and mob rule. That is and will be the lingering image of this Trump presidency. There's just no two ways about it. You cannot erase this image. This image is indelible. And Republicans are going to have to decide in the next hour and a half or so exactly how much responsibility they are willing to accept, how much they believe they have either quietly or with some of their rhetoric aided and abetted it, and what they will do to reverse it.
All right, and we will find that out, as you mentioned, in the next hour. As we're just learning too, Twitter has blocked the president's account and says he may be banned. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of the assault on the Capitol continues in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. It is a dark day in history. The U.S. Capitol building breached by angry supporters of President Trump in Washington today. The Electoral College vote count was scheduled to take place when lawmakers were forced to evacuate after rioters overturned barricades, battled with police, broke windows, and breached the Senate chamber. Lawmakers are expected to return to finish the vote count tonight, and lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have called this violence un-American. In a taped message, President Trump again falsely claimed to win the election, but he did call on protesters to go home. He has not addressed America still at this point, though. President-elect Joe Biden called it an insurrection. As we've mentioned previously, D.C. is now under curfew, and the National Guard has been activated. In all of this rioting, at least one person has died. Others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been found and disabled. I'm going to take you back now to our full coverage and my colleagues, Nora O'Donnell, Major Garrett, and Ed O'Keefe, and our CBS News special report.
Our continuing coverage of the assault on the U.S. Capitol continues tonight. The breaking news is the Capitol is now secure, and Congress will shortly reconvene to continue its job of counting the electoral votes. Twitter has locked President Trump's account for the next 12 hours after he tweeted that he was sympathetic to the protesters. They're not protesters, they're rioters. And he called them patriots today, which is why the president blocked their account. Want to bring in CBS's Nancy Cortez. She has been covering Congress for us. And thank you, Nancy, as we have been on the air now for a better half of almost 7 hours covering all this. And Nancy, what an extraordinary day it has been. What are you learning about what these senators will do?
Well, we know that they are going to reconvene, Nora, around 8 p.m., both in the Senate and in the House. They want to get back to work. When we left off far earlier today, they had just begun the process of going through the list of states one by one in alphabetical order and reading out loud the Electoral College results from each state. And they had run into their first opposition to one of the states, filed by both House and Senate Republicans, to the state of Arizona. We were in the A's. So what happened then was that the 2 houses split up. the joint session of Congress was halted. The Senate went back to the Senate side. The House remained in House chambers, and they commenced with 2 hours of debate. That's when you heard that very stirring speech from the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell arguing against the individuals in his own party who had decided to contest the results. He argued that this was really a race to the bottom, and that contesting the results when there is A, no evidence of widespread fraud, and B, this race wasn't particularly close, in his words. All it does is fuel mistrust in public elections, and he said that there's nowhere to go but down from there. That was a pretty prescient speech, because it wasn't much longer before these individuals who had been outside of the Capitol broke into it. And so everything had to stop. And that's where they are now going to pick up at 8 p.m. Although I anticipate, even though this is supposed to be a debate over whether to accept the election results in the state of Arizona, I expect instead that what you'll see is members of Congress who want to come and speak for a few minutes about what they saw today, how much it upset them, how much it disturbed them. And I think you'll hear a lot along those lines when the debate resumes. What we're waiting to see now is whether this process will last another couple of hours or whether it is going to last all night. And that is really up to a group of Senate Republicans who need to decide whether they are going to continue with their crusade, along with perhaps 100 House Republicans, to contest the results in up to 5 more battleground states, citing, again, widespread irregularities for which there is no evidence, or whether, given the events of the day and how shaken up everyone is, and how obviously these unfounded claims of a stolen election have really stoked a segment of this population, and you know, perhaps it's time to act a little bit more responsibly, whether Republicans decide to drop their challenges and just say, okay, let's go ahead and ratify the results of this election. So that's what we're watching to see right now, Nora.
And Nancy, I'm sensing something right now, which is an avalanche of Republican criticism and disgust directed at the White House and the President of the United States. Liz Cheney, right now a member of the Republican leadership in the House, saying there's no question the president formed the mob, the president incited the mob. Those are very strong words. The communications director at the Republican National Committee, saying that what happened today was domestic terrorism. Our soldiers have died carrying the American flag into battle for our freedom. To see that flag used in the name of unfounded conspiracy theories is a disgrace. But there are Republican lawmakers who have also stoked those same conspiracies, Nancy.
There absolutely are, Nora. And, you know, there are even lawmakers who oppose this movement to challenge the Electoral College results, who played cute themselves for many weeks when it was obvious that Joe Biden had won this presidential race and that it, frankly, wasn't a close call. Even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who gave that very fine speech today, refused to say out loud for weeks, if not months, that Joe Biden was indeed the president-elect of the United States. You had foreign leaders, Nora, all congratulating Joe Biden, and you had almost no Republicans in the U.S. Congress who were willing to do the same. So while these lawmakers are now criticizing the president, criticizing their colleagues for going ahead with this movement, they themselves did give the president the running room to be able to continue with the claims that he was making, that this was somehow a landslide victory for him that we just all missed and that every single state botched. Had they come out sooner and shut that down and not said things like, well, we have to let every single legal challenge play out, even though they knew that so many of these legal challenges were bogus and would go nowhere, then perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation we are in right now. We just don't know.
Nancy Cordes on Capitol Hill, thank you. I want to bring in Jeff Rosen, who is president of the National Constitution Center and is such an expert. And Jeff, it's so great to have your perspective right now, because when we talk about why the Constitution was, and why, why the founders were so concerned about mob rule. Explain.
They saw mobs in the street. They saw farmers mobbing courthouses because they didn't want to pay their debts. And they saw the failed democracies of Greece and Rome. Madison had, when he went to Philadelphia, 2 trunks of books sent by Thomas Jefferson from Paris about how Greece and Rome had fallen because of mobs inflamed by demagogues who made false promises and incited them to violence. So this is why they drafted the Constitution. And Nora, you asked earlier, what were some of the cooling mechanisms they put into place? Well, in addition to the Electoral College, which was a big one, another of the central cooling mechanisms was the Senate. And it is remarkable that senators who claimed to obey the original understanding of the Constitution, like Senators Hawley and Cruz, are abdicating the responsibility the framers thought that was placed in them to make independent judgment about facts and to reach decisions in the public interest, not because of partisan interest. So that is the constitutional choice that those senators face in the next few hours. Will they restore the Senate's role as a cooling mechanism to fight back one of the greatest the only violent assault on the Capitol in American history? I can't believe I'm speaking those words, but that is the case. Aside from the War of 1812, when the White House was attacked, we have not seen federal buildings, the White House and the Capitol, attacked by violent mobs. Will they play that role, or will they continue to stoke the violence that the president has incited?
And Jeff, we just got in a statement from President Bill Clinton on the assault about the Capitol, saying this assault was fueled by more than 4 years of poisoned politics, spreading deliberate misinformation, sowing distrust in our system, and pitting Americans against one another. The match was lit by Donald Trump and his most ardent enablers, including many in Congress, to overturn the election. He also called this an unprecedented assault on our Constitution. And you also heard President-elect Biden and former President George W. Bush use the word insurrection. Those leaders would not have used that word insurrection lightly. Explain why.
Insurrection is extraordinarily serious, an armed conspiracy against the lawfully constituted authorities of the United States. The word insurrection appears in the Constitution in the 14th Amendment, which forbids anyone who's aided or abetted an insurrection from holding public or military office. That was passed after the Civil War to prevent former Confederate sympathizers from holding office. We have not previously seen an officer of the United States government calling for violence against its legally authorized authorities, or at least inciting it by encouraging it. And that is why 2 former presidents of the United States have talked about an assault on the Constitution. The Constitution is grounded in the rule of law and limited powers of the president and Congress and an independent judiciary all doing their job. And when mobs try to prevent any institution from doing that job, then we have the Constitution indeed under assault. So that is why it is so urgently important. The courts have spoken almost unanimously on these issues. And now it is time for the Congress of the United States to perform the only role that the Constitution assigns it, which is to count the electoral votes and to put an end to what is indeed one of the most serious assaults on constitutional values in American history.
And do you believe there's any indication that someone in our government has aided in a seditious conspiracy?
Well, we just see that the mob appeared to be responding to the president's tweets. And the president tweeted, and soon after, the mob organized on social media and summoned themselves to the Capitol. Now, it's an important and remarkably difficult legal question about whether the president's tweets themselves constitute legal incitement. To legally incite violence is a very high standard in Supreme Court law. You have to intend to and be likely to incite imminent violence. And the question is whether when the president said, gather at the Capitol or it's going to be wild, he intended to and was likely to incite imminent violence. It certainly appears that it was likely to incite it because it did Whether he intended it, he can say he was joking or some such. But that is why this is so serious. There are two questions. What was the president's role in inciting this violence? And what was the mob's role in conspiring to aid and abet it? And there are statutes governing sedition and insurrection. The Smith Act passed during World War II because of fears of fifth columnists who would rise up and threaten the U.S. during World War II. But never have these instruments been invoked against a president or against a mob attacking the Capitol. Now, this is not the time to resolve this in courtrooms. Months later, it's now that the Congress of the United States must act and make clear by its own actions that it will calm this violence and perform its constitutional duty.
Jeff Rosen, thank you so much for your constitutional expertise. And
I could listen to him for hours.
I could too.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I know. We could just listen to you for hours. I want to check in with Weijia Zhang at the White House because there are some breaking news about from the White House. And Weijia, tell us what you're learning.
Nora, we have just confirmed that Stephanie Grisham, who is the First Lady's chief of staff, has resigned. Of course, Stephanie Grisham was also President Trump's third press secretary, most well known, especially among the press, for never holding a single press briefing. However, she was certainly a staunch defender of President Trump, who had worked with him on the campaign. And we know tonight that she has decided to leave as a result of the protests that we have all been watching unfold. She says in a statement that it has been an honor to serve the country in the White House, that she's very proud to have been part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and part of the many accomplishments, and proud of that part of this administration. But it is certainly notable that she has decided to step down when she was really, in the middle of many of fiery conflicts that involved the president. In fact, during her time here, the president was getting impeached, and she did not offer a single press briefing and rarely made public remarks to defend the president, leaving him in many ways to be his own defender, which is partially why she left the role. Now, we can also say we haven't heard from the current press secretary today, Kayleigh McEnany, who has largely avoided the press since Election Day, as members of her team slowly leave the White House as well. In fact, the former director of communications, who left just about a month ago, Alyssa Farah, tweeted out that she is also a member of MAGA, but she sent the message today that I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. So she now has this freedom to express sentiments like that. You have to imagine that's in part, at least, why Stephanie Grisham has decided to resign as the First Lady's chief of staff. Nora?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. Do you think that this is a move based on integrity by these individuals in terms of their true values, or is more a move of practicality as there's only 14 days left of the Trump presidency, and as they try and seek new unemployment, they've been unable to find jobs?
It is a odd mixture of a lot of things. I know Stephanie Grisham very well. Stephanie Grisham was one of the few people who were part of the original Trump campaign in 2016, very small, 5 or 6 people. And she was not a press secretary, not even a budding press secretary. She was kind of a press wrangler who helped facilitate things on the road. She had aspirations, but she was a believer. She was very much caught up in not only the persona of Donald Trump, but the movement of President Trump, his campaign in 2016, and very much a true believer, and thought that the press was unfair, thought that Democrats obsessed about the Russia collusion investigation, thought they were unduly and unnecessarily harming this president. And she believed that very strongly and acted accordingly. But it is now quite evident that for her, and I can only say based on my knowledge of the First Lady and Stephanie Grisham and their relationship, that these things are somewhat, if not perfectly aligned, that her resignation is at least a indication of displeasure for the First Lady.
Are you suggesting that the First Lady's now going to say something about Donald Trump?
I'm just saying that Stephanie Grisham's resignation and putting out a statement like this would not be done in open defiance of the First Lady if the First Lady did not give her some indication that that was permissible.
Really? Because to me, this is the Titanic's going down, the violinists are still playing, and they just jumped off at the last moment. That's what this feels like. And there are a lot of Republicans in town who are starting to do that.
All right.
And now in the closing days, they feel
those
like
may both be true, but I think that what Major is indicating is an acute understanding of that relationship and the loyalty with which Stephanie Grisham, who had been on the outskirts of politics and had been welcomed back into the Trump family and given prominence, why she's especially loyal to them.
Yes, and you can, both things can be true at exactly the same time.
And they are.
But I don't think you can look at this and say, well, the First Lady has no opinion about this whatsoever. I cannot believe that. Understanding the closeness of their relationship and what this moment means for everyone who's trying to make a decision as they look in the mirror. What have I been about? What have I represented? What have I spoken on behalf of? What have I labored on behalf of? And at this moment, with anyone in the Trump world, it is much more difficult than it's ever been to look in that mirror and say, I am completely satisfied and a total believer in what has just happened.
Our senior political analyst, John Dickerson, has noted that 4 years ago, the inauguration of President Trump, he spoke about American carnage. Tonight, there's a number of Republican officials that are saying that the President of the United States has brought disgrace to democracy. In the words of Liz Cheney, that he incited the very mob violence that took over the U.S. Capitol today, that put a strain on U.S. law enforcement. And now you see across the board, even Trump loyalists denouncing violence, fearful that they will be branded with the type of rhetorical branding which they promote, which is that they do not endorse violence. And yet it appears that they are being accused of inciting this very violence.
Right. The law and order party is in a very awkward place tonight. The visuals do not support that rhetoric and the actions of those who carried out. And Samuel Johnson is a well-known British theorist and political writer. He wrote famously, "Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel." Carrying an American flag as you storm the Capitol does not make you a patriot. It does not make you blameless, and it doesn't make you someone who can't be prosecuted. Trust me, you will be, even though you carried an American flag.
And that's the point that has been made by many people, why Twitter has suspended the account of President Trump and says they may ban it altogether for calling mobsters and violent individuals patriots. CBS's Nancy Cordes covers Capitol Hill for us, joins us from up there. And Nancy, we are now just minutes away from senators and lawmakers trying to resume business there. What are you hearing?
Well, a piece of breaking news, Nora. We've now heard from the first Senate Republican who is part of this cadre that was objecting to the Electoral College results, who appears to have had a change of heart. Senator Steve Daines of Montana has just put out a statement saying, "We will not let today's violence deter Congress from certifying the election. We must restore confidence in our electoral process." So even though he signed on to the first challenge of the day against the state of Arizona, he's now saying he doesn't want any part of it. And frankly, he was always kind of a surprising addition to this crew. He's just won re-election, so he really doesn't have to worry about his electoral prospects for another 6 years. He's not really a big MAGA type, someone who ties himself very tightly to the president. But, you know, a lot of these Republican senators felt a lot of pressure, especially when you've got the president's own sons saying, if you don't stand by our father, we're going to make sure you face a primary in the next time around. But given everything that's happened today, Steve Daines looked at the situation in front of him and decided that it was time to go ahead and try to certify these results. And what you're looking at right now, Nora, are senators in the Hart Senate office building being escorted by guards out of the secure area that they had all been in together for many, many hours. One wonders what they talked about that entire time. They're being escorted back to the Capitol because they are going to resume debate over the Arizona state results. Although, as we've been discussing, I think that there's Josh Hawley. We'll see what he does. We haven't heard from him yet, one way or the other. He's one of the leaders of this challenge movement. Wow, look at the people who have been with them all this time. They've got probably members of the National Guard there, or it looks like they've got FBI on their flak jackets in full body gear. So they really were very heavily guarded during the many hours that they could not be in the U.S. Capitol.
What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now!
We want to organize and spread the message that this is urgent.
I try to be a voice for the voiceless.
I'm here to fight for my right to have a planet.
Our government has not taken action on climate change.
They want to stop the production of energy here in the United States, and it's really an anti-American policy.
Young people have the most at stake.
We're seeing stronger storms, stronger droughts. We are racing against time.
The climate crisis is first and foremost a human issue.
Like we've always been out in the street pushing the envelope because we want our future to be better.
COVID-19 is impacting every American in one way or another. But if you're Asian American...
Members of Congress because of an external threat would have been 9/11.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of the assault on the Capitol continues in just a moment.
Detroit police are investigating at least 6 weekend shootings, leaving 2 people dead.
I never want another family to go through what me and my family went through when Denzel was murdered.
Police have partnered with local businesses to implement a camera surveillance network.
They wanted face recognition on everything.
Police pulled me over, handcuffed me.
There was photographic evidence that they were using to accuse you of a crime.
Yes, it was crazy. I looked nothing like that person.
Where would you be right now if the judge looking at the photos made the same mistake that the artificial intelligence did?
I'd be in prison right now, for sure.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
We are here to get you up to speed on all the news that you need to know.
Trusted, true journalism.
Because the wind is so strong, there are no airdrops.
When did you start to feel that anxiety?
The best of CBS News. Streaming from anywhere the news is to everywhere you are.
Now they've had to expand to 3 hallways.
Morning news. Served just the way you want it.
Here's a look at some of the stories that you may...
President-elect Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States and inaugurated 2 weeks from today. I want to bring in David Becker. He is an election law expert and CBS News contributor. And David, I think now is a good opportunity to just remind everybody about what we may see in the coming hour, what may happen, what's at stake for the Republicans about whether this process will move forward.
Well, we'll have to see. We have no historical precedents for this at all. We were right in the middle of what was to be no longer than 2-hour debate on the Arizona electoral votes, which had an objection from members from both the Senate and the House. Senator Lankford was in the middle of speaking when we adjourned. I believe there's probably about an hour and a half or maybe even a little bit more time left in that maximum 2 hours. We'll have to see if the objectors to the Arizona electoral votes want to proceed with this objection. They could always choose to withdraw it. They could end debate early. There's no requirement to go the full 2 hours, and then they would vote. And presumably, we know for certain, in fact, that that vote will fail. The objection will not be upheld. And then after that, we'll continue down alphabetically through the list. And we've got some time to go, but when we do this without objection, it can take as little as around 30 minutes to count all of the electoral votes. And we'll have to see if the Republican objectors still want to proceed with the objection in light of the fact that this activity, this lie to President Trump's supporters that something could be done to change the outcome of the election today, whether they just reject that out of hand. And you know, I think there's a really good reason for them to reconsider their approach here. They've certainly made their concerns heard. Courts have heard this. I think we'll have to see how this all plays out. This could end earlier than we expect if Republicans either want to withdraw their Arizona election and then proceed without further objections to the rest of the electoral vote slate.
It's an important point, as David Becker points out, that you need both a member of the House and the Senate. So if there are still some House members, perhaps the Senate, we will wait and see. That is the question before all of us at this hour before the United States Senate.
Yeah. You know, we've been talking about how this president is disloyal to the people who are closest to him. You pointed this out earlier. We just got a statement from the former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis. This one is pretty profound. He says, today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. His use of the presidency to destroy trust in our election and to poison our respect for fellow citizens has been enabled by pseudo-political leaders whose names will live in infamy as profiles in cowardice. Our Constitution and our republic will overcome this stain, and we, the people, will come together again in our never-ending effort to form a more perfect union, while Mr. Trump will deservedly be a man left without a country. That from his former defense secretary.
Profiles in cowardice. Is this ultimately the flushing of Trump from the Republican Party, or is he still quite powerful within it?
If it isn't, it's not flushable. I mean, if this doesn't do it, then the Republican Party has given itself over entirely to the personality, complex mania, and malevolence of President Trump. This has to be the breaking point. This has to be the moment with which Republicans of conscience say, this and no more. Not 1 inch more. We are done. And if they don't, then this becomes the Trumpian Party, and the Republican Party disappears before our very eyes.
And will Vice President Pence, who we are about to see shortly, preside over this? Will he ultimately denounce the president that he has served loyally for the past 4 years?
Well, he's already been accused by the president of effectively denouncing him by not taking extra constitutional actions to do what the president has instructed him to do, to follow the law. Following the law in President Book's handbook now means you are essentially betraying him. That's his orientation to the Constitution and the rule of law. That's where we are. And if that's not a break for the Republican Party, to your question, does this flush Trump out of it? If it doesn't, he's not flushable. He is a constant force, and Republicans will cling to it, I think, to former Defense Secretary Mattis's words, their everlasting infamy and detriment.
An extraordinary statement from the former Defense Secretary, Jim Mattis, who was called General Mad Dog by the president. He did not like that name. He did not like it at all. And he's saying that this is a stain on our democracy and that Trump is to blame for that. We heard President George W. Bush, President-elect Joe Biden calling this an insurrection. Liz Cheney saying all incited and fomented by the President of the United States. The question tonight, what will the Republican Party do? Our coverage is going to continue on our 24-hour streaming network, CBSN. You can watch it at cbsnews.com or on our CBS News app. There's going to be more on your local news on this CBS station. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Norah O'Donnell, CBS News, Washington.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. Thank you for joining me as we have witnessed an assault on our democratic institutions and the literal breaching of the U.S. Capitol. But in a symbol of the resiliency of our democracy, the Senate has, in fact, reconvened after hundreds of President Trump's supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol building. Lawmakers will resume counting Electoral College votes in each state. The count was cut short when rioters breached the Capitol. We will be monitoring this count and have the very latest throughout the evening. This all comes after protesters forced their way into the building, battling with Capitol Police. They took over offices, smashed windows, and briefly entered the Senate chamber. At least one person was killed and others have been injured. The House and Senate were evacuated, ultimately halting the counting process. The FBI, police, and National Guard have all been called in. D.C. is under curfew until Thursday morning. President Trump released a pre-taped video in response to the protests. He told his mob of supporters, quote, "Go home, we love you, you're very special." He also repeated his false claims that the election was stolen from him. Meanwhile, President-elect Biden addressed Americans live from Wilmington, Delaware. He said our democracy was, quote, under unprecedented assault, and added that America is so much better than this. For more on all of this, let's bring in Charles Marino. He's the CEO of Sentinel Security Solutions. He's also a former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent and former Department of Homeland Security advisor. Charles, this is a dark day in American history, but I have to think that we're going to get through this. First of all, let's just talk a little bit about the overall security at the U.S. Capitol. Do we know why it took so long for Capitol Police and other law enforcement to respond? I think that these images that we have seen are really shocking, that this is our U.S. Capitol and that it could be breached in such a way.
Shocking is right, Lana. Thanks for having me. This was no doubt a national security failure and a very real threat to the continuity of government. We saw that play out. We had the Vice President, Speaker of the House on the floor. We had other House and Senate leadership in the area as well. And similar to the White House, the U.S. Capitol is not a building that you expect to be breached, and especially do not want to have to be in a position where you take it back from an individual, let alone a large group that acted like an insurgency that we saw earlier today. We saw the collapse of the outer, middle, and ultimately the inner perimeter of the security plan based on the determination of the protesters combined with a lack of overall law enforcement resources. So while the Capitol Police were able to slow down the protesters to the inner perimeter of security, eventually they were overwhelmed and the Capitol Police were left with having to evacuate all of the members of Congress and the Secret Service with evacuating the Vice President.
Well, and we know what an exceptional job the Capitol Police do day in and day out. But given your expertise, what do you believe would have been the best way for law enforcement to have de-escalated or handled this situation before it got so out of hand?
Yeah, I think the overall intelligence picture here comes into play in terms of preparation for events like this. So, for example, we knew that there was going to be a rather large rally in the vicinity of the ellipse that the president was going to attend. Unfortunately, the president's rhetoric has to come into that intelligence picture. We know what the president was going to say to his group of supporters, as well as those like Rudy Giuliani, who said, maybe we should have a trial of the election by combat. These words do nothing but incite. So to take all of this into the overall intelligence picture combined with the number of attendees, I think there's probably should have been some more robust security planning to include pushing that perimeter of the U.S. Capitol out even more.
You mentioned that quote from the president's advisor and lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, combat. Obviously, we didn't know that he was going to say that, but we did know that this planned protest was supposed to take place. We knew that President Trump and his supporters have been stoking this unrest. Do you have concerns, given all this, about our nation's national security, given how quickly this turned violent, given how quickly it seemed like law enforcement had to cede control for a moment while they were waiting for reinforcements?
Yeah, well, what it exposes, Lana, is it exposes the vulnerability now our adversaries, they don't necessarily need to be domestic, by the way, saw that a large group of people were able to make their way into what is normally a very secure location. Further than that, we saw an evolution of additional threats take place, like suspicious packages and devices throughout the greater Washington, D.C. area. So that leaves us very vulnerable. But as you said, there was an overall lack of deployment of the National Guard, for example, of other law enforcement agencies like the Metropolitan D.C. Police Department being called in, the Secret Service, the FBI. So this is certainly going to be looked at from a planning standpoint, where you have almost similar to the State of the Union, where it's a national special security event run by the Secret Service. I think a model like that will be looked at going forward, where you have a large amount of leadership and the continuity of government in play at one location at any one time.
And Charles, help us understand a little bit about all the various levels of law enforcement that exist in a situation like this. As you mentioned, National Guard, we've talked about D.C. Capitol Police. There's also the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police. Who is responsible for mobilizing these various aspects of law enforcement? And were they just not called in soon enough?
Yeah, the quick answer is they weren't called in soon enough. They weren't part of the overall security plan in terms of a large cohesive deployment to secure the Capitol during the certification of the election. So as a result, many of these adjoining agencies responded. DC, as you know, is rich with law enforcement agencies. There are numerous agencies that all have specific responsibilities at the federal level and by far outnumber the local police department at the Metropolitan DC Police Department. So the question is, how do these agencies all come together? Under what construct? If this were to be declared a national special security event today, for example, the Department of Homeland Security, the secretary there would have designated the event as a national special security event. It would have been signed off by the Gang of Eight on the Hill, and the Secret Service would have brought all of these resources together. What we saw today was that the Capitol Police operated like it was every other day at the Capitol. They knew that they had this large adjoining protest group that was going to be on the ellipse to listen to the president, but they operated like they normally did in terms of securing the Capitol, whereas maybe some additional resources should have been brought into the planning process.
So we heard President Trump tape a message to his supporters that were there rioting at the Capitol. He didn't say that he was conceding the election. He continued to peddle this misinformation that he won in a landslide, which we know is false, and much of the rhetoric that actually stoked this emotion, or that at least is that we have heard from many of the violent protesters, the rioters, and this angry mob, that they were believing. Given that the president and his supporters continue to do this, I'm wondering about the future of events like this, and what types of security concerns you think people in charge need to be considering now for the future, if you expect that more of these types of activities might in fact occur, if not at the U.S. Capitol, but at other places throughout the country.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Lana, you're right. I mean, the last person you expect to incite violence is the commander-in-chief. This is a very unique position that we find ourselves, unfortunately, in this country. You can't say, as the president does, that you support law enforcement, but then incite groups to act out against law enforcement and ultimately cause the problems that we saw today for the Capitol Police. That's extremely unacceptable. And then on the flip side, you have the president-elect Biden delivering the message that we would expect from our commander-in-chief, that this is not tolerable behavior from citizens of this country, and also the way forward, and thanking law enforcement, but truly trying to de-escalate. So the fact that we need to take the president's rhetoric into account, and as we prepare for these types of events, I think and hope that is going to be uniquely relayed to the president here. And hopefully we won't have to take that into consideration going forward, which I doubt we will.
Washington, D.C. is now under curfew. What can we expect to see overnight and into the morning?
Yeah, so the mayor of D.C. imposed a 6 p.m. curfew. They'll let that go over 6 p.m. I think they'll start to enforce that and become more and more strict over time. So we'll see a lot of the resources, the National Guard, Metropolitan DC Police Department, impose that curfew and try and de-escalate and break up the crowd to make sure there's no more problems in DC. But it will certainly take time. Also, I know that Congress wants to get back tonight to consider the process of certifying the electoral vote.
We want to take you now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are reconvening to count Electoral College votes after protesters stormed the U.S. Capitol earlier and halted proceedings. This process will certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. We hear now Republican Majority Leader Mitch McConnell speaking. Let's listen.
The will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6th, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way while we were here debating they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both parties who love this country, and many believe that for America to succeed, our politics must find common ground. And that has never been clearer than today when armed rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol, emboldened by President Trump's false and inflammatory rhetoric about the 2020 elections. I believe that we in this chamber have a special duty as leaders to work together to lower the temperature of our politics. And I hope that my colleagues who have questioned the legitimacy of this election in Arizona and all of these other states now see the dire and dangerous consequences of sowing doubt and uncertainty. I also know that as U.S. senators, we all take solemnly the oath we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At this moment in history, I can think of nothing more patriotic than renewing our faith in the charters of freedom that our founding fathers crafted for our republic, starting with the fundamental American principle in our Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. The people have spoken in this election, and our only job here today is to do what they ask. It is not to argue election security. That's not the place for what we are doing today. Our Constitution specifically reserves to the people the right to meet in their respective states and vote for the president and vice president. As a result, individual states oversee and implement the election process, not the federal government. To guard against fraud or irregularities in the voting process, the states are required to have robust election security measures. Likewise, state legislatures have the opportunity to examine evidence of voter fraud before they certified their electoral college votes. And our courts, from district courts to the United States Supreme Court, adjudicate legal challenges and election disputes. All of those things happened after the 2020 election. State houses and courts across the country took allegations of voter fraud seriously and followed the constitutional process to hear challenges to this year's elections. No state found evidence of any widespread voter fraud, and neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Robert Brutinel all certified the results of the election on November 30th. And we have heard, Arizonans have been voting by mail for almost 30 years. And Governor Ducey has expressed confidence in the state's process numerous times. In November, he said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong, and that's why I have bragged on it so much." He further stated, "We have some of the strongest election laws in the country, laws that prioritize accountability and clearly lay out our procedures for conducting, canvassing, and even contesting the results." And they are right. Arizona has one of the most transparent election processes in the country, with built-in accountability, starting with internal auditing. We have heard unfounded allegations that voting machines in Arizona and elsewhere somehow changed vote tallies or somehow improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore the fact that Arizona counties conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud or irregularities. Maricopa County, the county where more than 60% of the state population resides, conducted a post-election hand count audit in the week after the election, which showed perfect 100% accuracy in the machine tabulations. So why would we need, my colleagues, to call for a 10-day emergency audit to be conducted by a legislative commission when it's already been done by the state of Arizona? What happened to states' rights? The audit involved checking ballots for the presidential election, but also ballots for federal and state legislative elections. The audit report shows every precinct's machine and hand count totals for each of the races audited. And for every single race in every precinct, the difference between the hand count and the machine count was 0. Maricopa's audit report stated no discrepancies were found by the hand count audit boards. Seeking to find any reason to contest these results, some of the state Republicans then tried to claim that Maricopa County failed to follow state law in conducting this audit by selecting voting center locations to audit instead of voting precincts. This was wrong. And this, too, went to a court. In rejecting this claim, state court in Arizona found that the county followed the properly issued guidance on hand audit procedures from the Arizona Secretary of State. And the court found that Maricopa County officials, therefore, could not lawfully have performed the hand count audit the way the plaintiffs wanted it done. If they had done so, they would have exposed themselves to criminal punishment.
The senator's 5 minutes is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would close by just saying, please, my colleagues, do not disenfranchise the voters of Arizona and certify their votes tonight. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Lee.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, at the time I prepared my remarks for today, it seems like a lifetime ago. A lot's changed in the last few hours. And so I'm going to deliver some of the same remarks, but it has a little bit of a different feel than it would have just a few hours ago. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family members of those who have been injured or killed today. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Capitol Hill Police who valiantly defended our building and our lives. Well, it's true that legitimate concerns have been raised with regard to how some of the key battleground states conducted their presidential elections. This is not the end of the story. We each have to remember that we've sworn an oath to uphold, protect, and defend this document, written nearly 2.5 centuries ago by wise men raised up by God to that very purpose. That document makes clear what our role is and what it isn't. It makes clear who does what when it comes to deciding presidential elections. You see, because in our system of government, presidents are not directly elected. They're chosen by presidential electors. And the Constitution makes very clear under Article 2, Section 1, that the states shall appoint presidential electors according to procedures that their legislatures develop. Then comes the 12th Amendment, It explains what we're doing here today in the Capitol. It explains that the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the United States, shall open the ballots, and the votes shall then be counted. It's those words that confine, define, and constrain every scrap of authority that we have in this process. Our job is to open and then count. Open, then count. That's it. That's all there is. Now, there are, of course, rare instances in which multiple slates of electors can be submitted by the same state. That doesn't happen very often. It happened in 1960. It happened in 1876. Let's hope it doesn't ever happen again. In those rare moments, Congress has to make a choice. It has to decide which of the electoral votes will be counted and which will not. That did not happen here. Thank heavens, and let's hope that it never does. Now, many of my colleagues have raised objections or had previously stated their intent to raise objections with regard to these. I've spent an enormous time on this issue over the last few weeks. I've met with lawyers on both sides of the issue. I've met with lawyers representing the Trump campaign, reading everything I could find about the constitutional provisions in question. And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with legislators and other leaders from the contested states. I didn't initially declare my position because I didn't yet have one. I wanted to get the facts first, and I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to give the people serving in government in the contested states the opportunity to do whatever they felt they needed to do to make sure that their election was properly reflected. I spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to state government officials in those states, but in none of the contested states, no, not even one, did I discover any indication that there was any chance that any state legislature or secretary of state or governor or lieutenant governor had any intention to alter the slate of electors. That being the case, our job is a very simple one. This simply isn't how our federal system is supposed to work. That is to say, if you have concerns with the way that an election in the presidential race was handled in your state, the appropriate response is to approach your state legislatures, first and foremost. These protests, from hearing from those who have raised concerns, they should have been focused on their state capitals, not their nation's capital. Because our role is narrow, our role is defined, our role is limited. Yes, we are the election judges when it comes to members elected to our own body. And yes, the House of Representatives, they're the judges of their own races there. We also have the authority to prescribe, as a Congress, rules governing the time, place, and manner of elections for senators and representatives. There is no corresponding authority with respect to presidential elections. None whatsoever. It doesn't exist. Our job is to convene, to open the ballots, and to count them. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's been a terrible day for everybody here and for our country. One of the things I was thinking about today is something I often think about when I'm on this floor, which is that the founders of this country, the people that wrote our Constitution, actually knew our history better than we know our history. And I was thinking about that history today as we saw the mob riot in Washington, D.C., thinking about what the founders were thinking about when they wrote our Constitution, which was what happened to the Roman Republic, when armed gangs doing the work for politicians prevented Rome from casting their ballots for consuls, for praetors, for senators. These were the offices in Rome. And these armed gangs ran through the streets of Rome, keeping elections from being started, keeping elections from ever being called. And in the end, because of that, the Roman Republic fell and a dictator took its place. And that was the end of the Roman Republic, or any republic for that matter, until this beautiful Constitution was written in the United States of America. So it is my fervent hope that the way that we respond to this today, my dear colleagues, is that we give the biggest bipartisan vote we can in support of our democracy and in support of our Constitution and in rejection for what we saw today and what the Roman Republic saw in its own time. There's a tendency around this place, I think, to always believe that we're the first people to confront something when that's seldom the case, and to underappreciate what the effect of our actions will be. We need to deeply appreciate in this moment our obligation to the Constitution, our obligation to the democracy, our obligation to the Republic. There are people in this chamber that have twisted the words of a statute written in the 19th century that was meant to actually settle our electoral disputes, to leave them with the states. As the senator from Utah was saying, to give us a ministerial role, except in very rare circumstances. That's what that law is about, that the senator of Texas was talking about today. And that's the law that's leading us to be asked to overturn the judgments of 60 courts in America, many of them courts in Arizona, some of whom have howled the president's lawyers out of the courtrooms because there's no evidence of fraud. And by the way, the fact that 37% or 39% of Americans think there's no evidence of fraud or think there's evidence of fraud does not mean there is fraud. If you turned a blind eye to a conspiracy theory, you can't now come to the floor of the Senate and say you're ignoring the people who believe the election was stolen. Go out there and tell them the truth, which is that every single member of this Senate knows this election wasn't stolen. And that we, just as in the Roman Republic, have a responsibility to protect the independence of the judiciary from politicians who will stop at nothing to hold on to power. There's nothing new about that either. That's been true since the First Republic was founded. So now we find ourselves in a position just days after many senators here swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Every single member of the House of Representatives swore the same oath as well. And I think we've got a solemn obligation and responsibility here to prove once again that this country is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what they have proposed, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my My objection was intended to protect the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their voice and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Minutes to Senator Booker and 2.5 minutes to Senator Kaine. In reverse order.
Mr. President and my colleagues.
Senator from Virginia.
I applaud the comments of my colleague from Georgia deeply. My first job after school was in Macon, Georgia, working for a federal judge, Lanier Anderson. And I learned a lot about integrity and a lot about law from him. I also learned some sad lessons that in the history of Georgia, and indeed Virginia and many states, so many people, especially people of color, have been disenfranchised over the course of our history. Our late friend, John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, was savagely beaten on Bloody Sunday just for marching for voting rights. That act of violence inspired this body, the U.S. Senate, to come together in March of 1965 and work to pass, in a bipartisan fashion, the Voting Rights Act. We should be coming together today after acts of violence as a United States Senate to affirm the votes of all who cast ballots in November. Instead, we're contemplating an unprecedented objection that would be a massive disenfranchisement of American voters. The Georgia result was very clear, a 12,000 vote margin, 2 certifications by Republican officials, 4 separate recounts and canvasses, 7 lawsuits, as in the other states. If we object to results like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are, we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for. But more importantly, what we'll be saying, really what we'll be doing, is as the body that acted together to guarantee Americans the right to vote, we will become the agent of one of the most massive disenfranchisements in the history of this country. So I urge all of my colleagues, please oppose these objections. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history that individuals laid siege to our Capitol, stormed our sacred civic spaces, and tried to upend and overrun this government. One was in the War of 1812, and the other one was today. What's interesting about the parallel between the two is they both were waving flags to a sole sovereign, to an individual, surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways and in this room, to a single person named Donald Trump. The sad difference between these two times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves. My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true. They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting, even the counting of the vote was even done, that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day is it's being aided and abetted by good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump over truth, who are surrendering to the passion of lies as opposed to standing up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable, patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation. Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy there. What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray that we remember a Georgian. And his words, all I can say is we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus, who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly leaves the executive mansion and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes power. And people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections. He's laughing. It's not as good as Hit Dear, Dear Dead, but it's still got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic, that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely and doesn't want to tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, or shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman. In 15 years, it had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone. And this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. but they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln was counseled, stop building the dome. It costs too much money and we can't spend any more time on it. And he said, no, we're going to build that dome and we're going to finish it. That dome and this building will be a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome, they won the war, and since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roamed the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob to disrupt the constitutional process which we are part of. This mob was inspired by a president who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens that Secretary of State to find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime. The lengths he will go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position that it must have been a rigged election if I lost. Well, I would say that after we've lost count, 57 lawsuits, 62 lawsuits, I've heard so many numbers, after 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he has personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court, I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election and this fraudulence. The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876, Hayes and Tilden. Don't forget what that commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America. Let me close by saying this. The vote we're going to have here is a clear choice. of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority Leader.
President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so that we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer, or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise to undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the Electoral College. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair after a year of jarring irregularities. We must and will have a peaceful transition to power. To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can go stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Democratic Leader.
Senator Duckworth.
Senator from Illinois.
President, in 2004, I packed up my rucksack, laced up my boots, and deployed to Iraq, ready to sacrifice whatever was asked of me, all because I loved this nation, willing to sacrifice my life if needed. Because I believe in the sanctity of our electoral system, which had declared George W. Bush my commander-in-chief. I earned my wounds, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, on the orders of a president I did not vote for, because I believed in, and I still do believe in, the values of our nation, because I believe in a government of, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, where voters choose who leads them, not the other way around. I have spent my entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow in our nation's own Capitol building. Well, I refuse to let anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting violence deter me from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, We did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance. No, there is no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona, as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's attorney general admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution, proving that appeasing Trump is more important to them than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. If there's one thing I know, it's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, we here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here, in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual. I have no tea to throw in Boston Harbor tonight, and I regret that I have no rucksack to pack for my country, no Black Hawk to pilot, nor am I asking for any grand gesture from my Republican colleagues. All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today, and on the sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation. From the service members at Fort Huachuca and Marine Corps Air Station Yuma to the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed, then ask yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper. I think we all know the right answer.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kentucky, Senator Paul.
Senator from Kentucky.
I wrote a speech for today. I was planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest, or this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state-certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever. It was never intended by our founders that Congress have the power to overturn state-certified elections. My oath to the Constitution doesn't allow me to disobey the law. I can't vote to overturn the verdict of states. Such a vote would be to overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states in this great system of federalism that was bequeathed to us by our founders. The Electoral College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible...
We are going to take a quick break now, but we'll be right back with the rest of your day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken, not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us. as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 8 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country. Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections. And I hope that I've been gracious in defeat and humble in victory. I hope that I put my state and my country first, not myself. It is clear to all that the outgoing president has not followed the path that Stevenson and Lincoln urged. So we, the people, each one of us represents about 750 to 800,000 people, some a few more, less. The people. And they've spoken in the way that our Constitution set for them to be heard by us and by the country. They voted. And they voted pretty decisively. We, the people, together must turn away from divisions and its dangers. The senior member of our body, Don Young from Alaska, spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands. We all have a title that we honor more than any other. Perhaps parent, perhaps husband, but we are all Americans. Not Americans are, not Americans D. We are Americans. Let us hope tonight, that we act like Americans, not as D's and R's, but as Americans. Just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, just as Adlai Stevenson, just as Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people, and he said, that's not the issue. The issue is to reunite. We, the people, must again be the strong heart of our American democracy. We, the people, on this day in Congress must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol, that is not the American way.
Very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election, when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state decide to challenge the constitutionality of the law. Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution. The Constitution set a floor, not a ceiling, for this type of voting. Second, apart from the argument made by my colleague, there's bipartisan agreement across our state, at the local, state, and federal level, that our election was fair, secure, and lawful. On Monday, my colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey, wrote in an op-ed, and I'm quoting, "The evidence is overwhelming that Joe Biden won this election," unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claims of widespread voter fraud or election irregularities suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Bibas, appointed by President Trump, he said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Bibas. Finally, Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their jobs. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. Give you one example. Republican Commissioner Al Schmidt, I should say, of Philadelphia. He wrote, and I said, and he wrote as I will quote as follows, quote, "There really should not be a disagreement, regardless of party affiliation, when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very controversial thing, or at least it shouldn't be," unquote. After Election Day, Commissioner Al Schmidt, his family, and his colleagues were subjected to death threats simply because he was trying to do his job with integrity. It calls to mind, Mr. President, that great line from America the Beautiful, "O beautiful for patriot dream that sees beyond the years." These election officials, like so many of our patriots, we heard from Senator Duckworth tonight, a real patriot. These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this objection.
Majority Leader. I yield 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Romney.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, today was heartbreaking, and I was shaken to the core as I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history.
Leader.
That will be their legacy.
Senator from Illinois.
I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next, and that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Risch and I visited multiple polling places on Election Day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair and that Georgian Dream were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence, it would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well, President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and in ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside this partisan attempt to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate didn't win. That is, after all, who we are in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Ohio, Senator Portman.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it. I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured that the citadel of democracy would be protected and that we would be defended. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation. I've listened carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed, and I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections. I opposed it then, and I oppose it now. I said at the time, Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right, that the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent that would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party when a presidential candidate of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 elections. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities widespread enough to change the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election, don't think the states should have certified, don't think we should have accepted the results from the states, and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 elections, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us, and other national challenges, let's work together for the people. Yield back.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I believe we have 8 minutes left, so I'd like to divide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, Leader.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponents. It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't. Just as Senator Portman just said, as Mike Lee just said, I'm sorry, we can't do this here. We don't want to do this here. This is a power reserved to the states, not to the Congress. And I agree with the majority leader. I think this is one of the most important votes any of us will ever take. On December 1st, 1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. And here's his final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Hawaii they say aloha oe, but in America a happy happy day. Fia fia ma'upe. In Tonga they say malolele. In Fiji they say pura vinaka. In Samoa they say talofalava. In New Zealand they say kia ora oe. In Hawaii they say aloha oe, but in America the happy happy day. Fia fia ma'upe. Awe te vai na Tahiti, whakalame tāra oe, alomi e. Awe te vai na Tahiti, whakalame tāra oe, alomi e. Tahiti nui a te whare aue, taua erea. Mama, ia te uri aue, pea te urua. Aue oie. Aue la oi au, mamai. Aue la oi au, mamai.
I o taitare repi mo tolu hono kotoa i he whiwhini. Pe mo i tau polokalama ma kehe ko ia pe me i tonga mo i tangata koe ko kenolo. Tapu elu ki mua ia whatapu ke ho eiki. Hama tā pule, sola pe mo i vulang kotoa pe mua hia mai mo pe polokalama ko ia o e wāpapa i he ahoni. Pe mo i ngahi aho ke he, kai taitare repi mo tolu hono katoa. O tai be whamalo lahi, ke ting motolo ko mo mea mai ko ia i he whiwhini, pe whatawanga pe mo lelei hono kotoa pe i he ngai whitu ke ko ia mo mea mai pe mei iai. Ko au sione simlai, ko mo kapteni e wapapa pe mei Amerikani, pe o tai be whamalo lahi, ke ting motolo, ko ia pe ko e ngai whitu ke ko ia mo mea mai pe mei ai, whatawanga pe wongo lelei antu, ai leo ko ia e wapapa he whiwhini, ki a motolo hono katoa, pe whatawanga pe o ku aurerei atu ia ki ngai whitu ke kehe ki mo tolu ko yung mausio mai i he tau Facebook i he taimini. Ka i he taimini tau pe ko tau taimini o sua wha ia pe me he whitu. Ko tau polokalama fuka e ahoni. Ko e polokalama fuka mo e tangata ko ia ko ke nolo, tau pueluelu pe me i tonga. O ku nekore mai foki ki lere ni polokalama he aho moni te ko ia Amerikani. Pe mo e aho pulelulu, pe mo e aho whalaite. Ai ko whi aho ia e tolu o e wike, ai ko mao kotoa e ke nolo, pe ko e taimi ko e ni polokalama i he taimi fitu ko ia Amerikani, ko e tolu ia i tonga, pe ko mea e whae lele i he whiwhini. Ka kono uhinga ko ia e ku lotonga tari ko e ka ke nolo, tipeni pe e tau hoko atu mea ke nolo kono ngā, e koe aho penia ne seti pe ke nolo ki hono taimi, pe i he taimi tau pe ko rotonga talanoa ki tonga ka ke nolo ko stekisi ki ai, pe au taitaren ki ai ko whetai me hu mai ai. He kai ki fufuoloa ke nolo, ko ngā he tari pe ka koe. Ka au tikai ke tari mai ku message, ko ia ke nolo ko rotonga taitari atu ko haho lau, ka i he taimi tau pe tau i loto pe hen mo tolu, taitari pe ka ke nolo mo ata whangi whasi ka mo tolu hono kotoa. Kai tu mo ke taitari ki nau tolu ia koe ni, mo mea mai koe he whiwhini, lau mahoi wakalahi. Io, malopito lau mahoi, ka mawho ki Ron Hansen. Ko ia pe Ron, malopito e awhi mai viripare tua pe mi Australia. Ka mawho ki Arifereti Whonua. Atumaka, malopito atumaka, ka mawho ki nau tolu koe ni, Noren Balu, ki hen moia. Pe mi Hawaii, ka mawho ki Moana Whihoko Sekona. Ko ia ia. Ki nau tolu ia kunau ahia mai koe whapapahe taimini, ka hi taimini tau pēlo tonga koe tau tari koe ki a ke nolo, kone mau maria pa ke nolo, whepe taimi koe ke nolo te ke hū mai ai, o kolo tonga taitare pika koe, ka hi taimini tau pē kore atu timu tolu ke share te polokalama, ko hunga ki whai mua uat ka ke nolo, ka mantu e ke nolo o ku polokalama e honi, ka hi taimini tau pē. Tupe muke o at pē whangi whasi mo tau taitari ki ai, whatawang pē mo lerei kotoa pē me apina, Kai tau te whita ki mo tolu koe mo mea mai. Whatau angi beke mau hai fiafi le reipa mo au he whiwhini. Pea mo i toko taha koe a koke no lope me i tonga. Oia bea vite e vehe kite. E o te wila first class lady malapo. Tui te po, malapu te ahi mai. Seini ma te italo kaufusi, malapu te seini. Ia ko e hiwa e motuku na tau taitari aki ki he totaha ko ia ko e totaha proklama foke hao ni ko ke nolo. Pea i taime tau peu lotonga whenga mā ke nolo. Ke nolo, ka pau ke whanonga mai, whenga mai be, he ko ngā koen ko lotonga taitari atu be. Ka i taime tau pe koen te u tā i atu ka koe, he taimini. Ka i taime tau pe ka inga, o atai pe whamalola he ka te mōtolo, ko ia pe ko mō mea mai pa me he ngai whitu ke kehe. Whataonga pe te mō mau ha proklama le reipa mō ki maua he whiawhini. Ko e proklama ma kehe whoko e ni he pule lulu kotoa pe, ko e proklama ia ke nolo pe mei tonga. Pe i taime ko ia, o ku whenga mai koa ke nolo, ka te whenga mo au ka ke nolo na whai pe tohi mā ke nolo si i tawhulu i mai au. Ka i taime tau pe ke nolo, ka pau ke mau pe ke toi tai mai. Ka tupe mua ke toi atpa ki whai whasi, ma mo tolu kotoa pe ko iang mo ke mea mai ko ia i lotoni, whataonga pe mo lelei pe ona katoa. I he whiawhini. Iyo i taimi tau pe ko tau taimi to min de waono pe ho ton ko ia fitu fomana dat ko e proklama make kai ni proklama pe ia ke nolo i he pure lulu ko to pe pa ko en ko tonga fai fitu tak ke nolo en ko ke fai fitu tak ko ke nolo ko lo pe ko ke nolo mau na ko le mai pe ke nolo ki mini te wanoa o ku lo tonga i he laine taha ke nolo ko mau be au pa ke mone lau ka mutu a niwa ko mau be au ia pa ano ki I hontu I mai pe ko ia o ngā kau wafi atu. Ko iai, o ben magmodon. Tau ki tau fitu uai ke lava make no. Tangga ko ya mi. Still wanna be with you. Pero que no logo tu usin. Ne lain na mi ka. I will stand up forever together whenever you want me to be. Still wanna be with you. Still wanna be with you. 'Cause when you around, I felt your love inside me. I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. You came to life, you put your heart inside me. Still don't understand. Still don't understand. I will stand out forever together whenever you want me to be. Still wanna be with you. Still wanna be with you. Que no lo tonga varias no lipstick. When you around, I felt your love inside me. I'll never be the same. I will never be the same. I will never be. You came alive, you put your heart inside me. I still don't understand, baby. Still don't understand. Let my go I am the more for Eo te vida maulangi, malapito te vida, pemeitonga, malapito te ake mai. Toimi de wataha pia hototon koia ai valu I San Francisco. Tatari veng motoron katoa. O famore more pe ko nga ko taulo tonga taitari ni ka ke nolo ke mau mari mai ne teu. Pelo ko ke nolo lo tonga teu wa de taimi tu mo he kes. Pea ai mo foi hello. Eme apai Ete Vaka anaua Kisi otolata
si ifunga atele inu alo imata koe vai pakanonga
Eo Dominica Tonga. Mari pepe moia ia.
Efa eo o Isa
Vite.
heme amamari
Tau he mau.
Koe kano ane vai Manu puna oe langi Netalape kauma
Koto ia karemani, malam kita podeia.
Inu alo imata Koe vai pakanona Visone opopoma Efa ero o ofa Isa heme amamari
Mau sayang e Dominica. Mau sayang e malolo ni ka wala tau mai keke.
Puna oe langi Netalape kaumai Waka hoko lalu nopo Lipe pipaka
O te mute ai na ahola ke nolo. Koe la mahal ko ke nolo lo tonga puaki ki he hoa. Hange ka tau koe hoa ne uku masio. Mone lau koe motu aniwa. Fin e matu ata tape. Ke nolo. I mame mame. Te kuki tariat pakoe, eh? Maha kapati mapolokalamo ke nolo maha koe e whakaos. Koe kamata mono whakaos i e be ni te polokalamo e whakapapa. Koe ta ofia he polisi. Io he taimi tau pe tau taimi miniti e hongo fulu maua pe a hototon ko ia ai valu i San Francisco ei moki e lele mai pe na vai pe a si tau fe tau programa mo ke no lo ano tau fitu ia he polisi ka i he taimi tau pe tau lo tonga at maka tau he mau ko ke no lo tau lo tonga tai tal ka ke no ko ne ki taxi ma ke no lo ki minite wano ki tuang mua ke ore ki fai ha teu pe ko ne mau mari pe anaia ko humai kana de ko mai ke no lo ki minite pe wano ko yai tu mo ke atu ki fai ko ni mai ka fai ka ko pe me he fofo anga pe me palo ato hu wa do ele vai fe mari ko ni ko te ma au Dominica Ka ma foki ka fofo anga ko to be me is palo ato. Fa be mo sio mai he tau programa ko ya be mo geno lo. Pa mo ki ai mo ki se a te programa ai Vaka papa ka o fu ta o fitu mai be ai fasi ka sio mai be ka ai be mo ki se. Ko yai o den ma au Dominika toga ka ma foki ki na tolu ko to be me he kala fofo anga be me is palo ato. E fia fia i de ke tangi. Bo tau tarika ke nolo, ke alu kore hane visa ki ono hoa o whaanga. Pia toki hao. Io loisi whihoko, malopito loisi. O whantu, i Salt Lake City. Koia bea vite, taha beg he tangi.
Ene ke whataka ke matala e fia fipe ane
siare Vaka, malopito siare, whatu to koua. Osben go le to piki bang matai kai.
Whakapo he ika e kuno
Miki langi malopito Miki. Le foki ki meloni latu. Meloni latu. Lau ia siare ko ke nolo ko ta tuau anga dia ko ta fitu ui he purelah ya mama ni tonga men ko gu ko mari ko ne pe polo kalam hamotua ulag fahu mai polisi ke sio giloto hai ka kai ko ni giloto o vale polisi ne hu mai ko e fu kai fine ada be ba ko e tau fitu e tau ke no lo
Whakapo he ika e
Tangi lere kau tame au. Mena ko kore atu tuku ho mo ai pehe na si fo au fa kai. Ko e tahe ngai whansi, nei o atia mai kau whaikawa ko e bambi he fofoanga palo ato. Ma tominika tonga ia po moni kau whaikawa, whaambe nei au lere atia mak motori. Whai taimi ko ni koe o kutaulo tonga tari e koe ki a kenolo. Wai mea maari e he wafi wataha, Wai mea maari he wafi wataha atu maka. O ku ia e whai mea maari e. Koe taimi koe nei kamata mai wa papa, nei ho mai be, whataha be, ai whiwhine mai tangata. Hange pe ka ni kan ka pau ka to ta mo no fanga na hu mai ko dai mini kumari o ku lai fo ki ono fanongo lai fo no ki sasala tu ko wa papa ki lai fine ma tu ata ta pe mo ka wi to mo ka singolo pe ko dai mini o ku ki pe ne hu mai o ki tali pe David motua ke motua ki tau ko sia koe o ki tau ai kau ki lagi hua o whakaisio, pe ko hai fua e kau pase seo, ai ko hange ko tau ko hu ko ke pā ko i tonga. Ulaki wa tia whakaisio, ko no ngā ke peu ki whē security, nā whai ka e ke mai ho IT. Ko e wā papa, o ke hu free pe ko e he mea kotoa. Ka ko hau koe mo tua mo no mari, whanofo whalai sa sala tu, lai wi tō, lai fin mātua, lai whanki hāfua pe ko he lote wā papa. Pokoi na hau ke na humaka ke na whanok he Letio Bedfin motua. Ki tai mi ko he se ahe, kau laki hua ke loto Vaka o sio, po hai fue kau haka ni, kau whanok Letio. Poko hai fue ke i loto he waka papa. Pokoi huat poko e whini motua kai ta utfu ke motua i tua. Ko ne huat poko i loto, toi ai ne fuhu wan men ni tu bet. To ke talu ki api. Poko eka te motua, hame koko. Ko tu koe tai mini, he kai tike te huko he waka papa, he kono hunga, ko lahi ai bui tō, lahi me whina mātua. Ko i ki si ana be taha ko usi hato tau tu mai loto he Vaka, ko e toi ngā whina mātua ta tā be. Pea ko iai, he kai bete ke te huko e wapapa, ai upi tau pehe koe ka kenolo. Ko kenolo, fuafuahu me kana kenolo, ai whakau peha kenolo. Ki taimi tange hoa kenolo, ki taimi pe ko i tua he, kaula ki hua o whaisio. Pako mea koe mahalo ki si fuolo awa kenolo, kai pe mahalo. O kulotonga tau to kenolo, teu. Ugo yanga be tau ki savea. He koa atu he koa atu maka, oe kata atu maka ko koe penda ke whakalanga. Pea koi ai, kai ngā, o te mauri fia he hu mai ki he whakapapa, koe wāwhe wataha e ni. Mo hu mai ki loto, fia ai. O mai be modolo mo ngai whasi, ka he taim te tau pe, oe whakaukau, me he wāwhe wanoa, o se wāwhe wanoa, koe wāwhe wataha e ni. Pea koi ai, kau tangata me kau whiwhine, mo tolu ko tau pe mo ilotoni, ko whaampe te mo fia pe. Koi a vite, mau sange ni alana puna wakapuna. Koi a pia. I he tau taimi ni, koi a. Ko kenolo ini ko mau mare mai, ka mau taitari mai, ka tari ini ko kenolo ini ko wafe mai he taimi ni. Pe taim te tau pe ko tau taimi ni toi tau miniti e ua pe hau taton koe e walu. Pe i he tau tari koe ka kenolo, ko ini ko lotonga ta i ka kenolo, ko ngā ke mau mare mai. Kenolo, malo mo e tau mau ke whiwhini. Eo, malo mua, e tau toi mau ke whiwhini kenolo, ko uilo pe ku lahi be o ngō mou ua, lahi mo ngahi ngāweu ki whai, Kai tau te whitu whoku ki he ahon whoku i lahi whoku ho alhole whanki polo kalama. Pea ko ilo pe ku toki mau ene whenga maari ki awhi mai. Kai tuku me mua he ke nolo ke ukihanga o mai taua ki loto. Kata toki kohanga o mai taua ki loto ke ta alu ke si o mai e kakai ke taua. Pea ta toki hoko atu pe me loto. Kai he taimta tau pe ke nolo whewhe ahoni pe mo e ngahi ngau e koe au whai tonga. Ka kou ilo pe mahalo koe sai pe me tonga. Ka ki mua koe ia ke ta toki hu ki loto, ko loto pe ke ta toki ke o mai pe taua ki loto ke tau pe ke si o mai e kakai. Kia ki taua. I he whewhini. Ka he taimta tau pe taitale re pe koe ke nolo he whewhini pe me Amerika. Malau pito mua e mau whainga maari e ke lere ho polokalama he le tio koe ia o e wapapa he whewhini. Koe ai ke nolo, o hate taimia koe ni ma au, pea ke wharea mai ki he kakai kui nau tolu e nai loto.
Mao tu sione. Koe ke upanga tu he talwhatapu ngā ke sione, kau hawa tuai. Koe ahoni koe nau Private and F na puke.
Koia.
Kai ki ulawa tokoto ane po, kai ki ulawa mohe lelei.
Koia.
O hiwe ahoni foku ku ulahe umea ai ahoni whakaku mo tohi tanui.
Koia. Ki mua kai ke hoka tu ke nolo ku whemau pe ke asi mai, ku ki loto mai e kakai.
Ko wate tau ko kai ke asi bai sione.
Ore wange pe ke usio, ko ilo pe au ke utoi hu ki he ta message. Ki sio atu. Eo, koe nuku ke asi mai. Koe nuku ke asi mai ke no.
O teko lawa fio ka koe.
Ka te lau ko sio mai ka te au,
Iyo.
Fefe. Ke lawa sio mai ka te au. Ore pe, taitari mai pe he kona mahau ke i louti atu au. Ke sio mai ka te au he. Ka paute ke sio he laivi he taimini ke nolo ko i loto i moko he taimini. Iyo,
Ko sio atau ka kuasi ka ko puli ka ko lava sa ka ko taimini.
Koe ni ko sio atau ka ko wharea mai ko ia ki he kakai koe ni ko si ave au tau ki loto.
Sai me ko ke pe asi me ona ki loto.
Koia. Ka ke wharea mai koe ke nolo ke he ta kainga ki nau tole nei loto. Mo ki taua i he whiwhin.
Pano ku te asi me mate me ho ke mrai au.
Okay. Taitari mai. Whiwhena. Ke sio mai ka te au?
Ia. Ku asi me au ka ke puli ko ia.
Lere i mai koe e ta... Lere i mai koe kau toki kau huau ki he loki misi engineer mai pa mea ai.
Oia. Te tatale be.
I kai. Lere mai koe e kamata mai ko. Konu ta asi tau. Oina u ta asi tau. Koe tangata ina ko ke nolo. Pa mei tonga. Koe na mosio mai pe ki ai. Pe whiwhela he kai ngā ke nolo ke mea mai pa mei tonga he whiwhini. Pe koe ai. Ko ha ho kai lere he whiwhini ke...
Kole ke uhufanga te whataputopu ngā ke sione ka uhawa tuai. Ngō whamure moe he anga whakamatatu a. Nau puke ane whiafi pia kai ki ulawa mohe lerei. Nau a pe ne po.
Koia.
Hanau tuki lawa i kui whelai ne hape. E taha pau te a pe he uao. Whinga i whotutu lerei tohi tangi.
Koia.
O a pia ke nehu pia hao awe ke tahine taipe i ka nei proklama tōru he ahoni Letio.
Koia.
Koe proklama he hafe e tahatana ke lawai mo tapi ngā laku mau. Lawe mai. Koe ngana e mea nei mua ke tapi ngā pau te fuk mai lewa miai. Ko ngā lai tahe ahoni ko no whatontone te tangi. Whakataha mo ku tuki holo he u kau taha pisinisi duku alofa.
Koia.
Si aina India pehepe ke kai ngā tonga. koe ngahi siasi na wau ki pātea ko lisas katolika na wau ki tungi a keiti
Koia.
whai talano ki tungi a keiti pepe ki ngahi u whare koloa mo u kautaha
Koia.
koe mea marieni e kai ngatonga koe tau ataina pe foki tau ataina pe ki hene mea ke whai ka koutou koe tau ataina koe te mea whai e tango te whai ha mea pau e pōpulai ha taha
Koia.
ka koutou ne koe tau ataina te mea koe whai ka wareu te whai ha mea pa pōpulai ta o koe tau ataina
Koia.
koe lau talale ngai ka kai lau tanoa mo i sione
Bon lai.
pau kia na nau hene i tau no ta rapa na to iyo pau tang o muloto ke toi hoko me koe tamato i kai pau tang kau mu whakau ke mea kou talatu kamai na to ke mau tui mato e hoko ha mea Pau talang iyo saya pau Pau talano me kau ouna ngai bisnis ni tamai na to ton kita la ke so ya
Koia.
na finga ki hanga o whakamahino ka nau tolu e hao so tia kai manatu mau ke me ko na ko ta ta o te ngalo i
Koia.
e to ka pe so tia no taimi hao o me la mangai au ai sione me kai ngatonga pe mai ke te ua ki whenga e ta kita ke te malu mo to whamiri mo e business
Koia.
ka o te whakawhalala pe ke so tia mo polisi mo kule anga fui mea na fui ke vete ke mai na mo kakai kai ke kata pal pale mai kakai holo ko ngai fale koloa mo ngai kata business o kai ke haku maka tuunga kita pehe ka poko kola tu ko polisiau ko so tia ko ofisa kolo ko pule whakawah pe ko fai whekau kai ke haku maka tuunga lelei ke ala toi ke utalanoa i ha mea fa politikare ke vete i me he kakai ha palo pale kana ngoi na u fie pe ke fai fatunia kai ke to ngalo i au e kutalanoa mo fa e mo pufefine na vera no hotel he i papa me ko ni tahano tataha
Koia.
ko pe na u skiti he no hotel pa alu ki mo ke au ki nusila pe hako tututu matula no ofra ke ta ka hako tututu ke taha
Koia.
e pura o se tututu na matala no pa tamai ka tau tungane o mantu lele ho alang tal mai ka tau ke fakatola ka security ko e ka tu ne ko sila pe ko fai tututu au tangi por favor tanga ika ne kai pe ki le fa tututu o pe tai mi ko fai ngao ba ye te au ye unga fra malu e fonua o fa e pe ngao pa ko fai ngao a ko le ke fakatola ka security o me ko ngoi takai ko he a honi sion ni ko finga ke fafang ka kai ha na to le pis ke no a ke na a pe mateu teu o nga ka hoka to ha be a o na mateu teu ko nga ki o te au na koloa a hoka e mahamate hange ko me na hoko ko i he ha no taha taha se ne ko to ka ke me ko ni
Koia.
ole ke mama o ko uhinga e fai holo me ko ni mo to itaku no ai ko au he wa ke pare mia o kui kai ko hanga ko whakawhipaki ai klupu koni o unau tolu hala tolu fui whakaukau
Koia.
ki whakahoko ko mea ko toka ngawe ke iaha malui ke malui e kakai mo nau koloa
Koia.
ke mahino o kumalu ke ua na hoko maha mea pa nau toka haka o hoko ai ha mofia mohamati ko whitangoe ko toka ngiai ko mea koe nau tolu whai koe laka mea pia nau tolu me hai fonga pulenga ke tafe na tu me pe na to ko foi me ko toka o ke fafango e kakai ke na a o mateu teu ko ka hoko mai ha me ko e sion ko na takai holo me ka to i kolo u pisi ka to e ka ona na futalak mo na to e ka ona na ke futalak mo na to tu ko pe mo fika telefoni e ona ka ona na fivia ko lange e ka ona na se ke ka pi ke na toka na to ki ai ko nga se ko fa mo le te ku nga fa ma da tu ma me to ko no to ta tala no
Koia.
e ko to ma me to ko ni a ko to fo ki mai ni tai ko na wa nge to tangi o usi ai ofisi to to le no a vo li liu ai tai pe mo ne hala pe ko to ka no no fo pe e o tangu tu pe ai o si o mo fa to no to tangi pa ko te to ki to no ta ni to tangi tatu taxi mai ko na ha ba ki me to kon o sia te to tere lo le ke ka o se ko me ko pule whakawahe ke nau whakamo ni ki tohi te o alo ave au ko ki o ngo whaka ko to tangi sion
Koia. Aia koe tohitangi koe ni ke nolo koe whaupenia e koe pe ko koe pe mo e ka inga tō ngāna mohanga whau e whoi tohi koe ni.
i kai ia pe kau tangata eiki na motala noa
Koia.
to tangi ia pe me kakaya lele na motala noa ke no fotu tu e to tangi ia pe me kakaya nga popule anga na pension me nga popule anga so tia mo polis to kau foi ficau to ki pesi me ko hanga fotu tu e tangi ka te ho lau e te tangi sione ka pau te mo fifa no ki ai
Eo, ka pau ku ke mai koe tohitangi te mini whema piki ki lau mange ki mau whanongat ke pe mo i kakai koe ni i loto e tau wāpapa. Pe tōi mai koe e ke no.
alo bi tulo ko le malu e mau toton mo ui mo koloa a havalu mai na uaki wanoa uataha tia se tulo mo kalauni o fonua tamatui o tonga tupowon pakataha tokoni eik pale mia pai fekau to ke tā o hiwa tue toa mo kabineti o kalauni pe ke sea o falearea eik no pele whakawhanua mo hou eik falearea o tonga whakamore he konistu tone whakatui o i whanua mo hono whakamaunga whakahaa kai whakahoko atu ai whakahoha atu ana o mau tohi tangini e whakau atu e mau hohaa irifia puputuu mo tairiri e mau moui mo e mau koroa ko hi ko ngona mai ai te ulaka whakahaloto ai kulupu o iloa ko e pāti o tumotu anga ofa pe o iloa anga maheni ko patoa i aho tahaua mahina uaki uataha ko e mau lifia puputu tairiri mau moui mo koloa ko uhi ko kulupu tatau eni na nau takitaha uki e whakamoweu kai haa tutu whare whakapō i he tahaono tahataha. Pea kai ke mauto e fie fōu i he wete por palema pehe. O mau koe atu ha malu makehe ki he kakai muri nofo mai i tongani. Siaina initia pālangi moha muri pe. O mau fotu atu te whaka a watu mua a toh tangini ke o tau kau whakafufonga i ngai whanua muri. Ko hono maho i ngā he koe ka ai ngā tonga nofo muri o ku nau pou whakapaanga a ngāhi lalanga a wahe wahe hala o ku hoko pia ke mahino ange ki he ngāhi puleanga muri a tau mua wi sone ai kulupu ko e ni hange koia na e hoko ke tahaono tahataha. O mau kore atu ke whakapaanga e he puleanga hono malu e mau moui kotoa tuo. O mau kore atu ke ouana muto'o maa e mau tangini. O mau whakamooni hingoa i he tohi ko e mau whakafufonga i atu mau ngahi maheni ka inga tuo. O mau amanaki de rei te mautali de rei e mau tangini tuo. O mau tatau atu mo e whakamalo hounga ia i he loto mauralo mo oni i hono rie ke whakahoko atu ai whakahoha ana. Whatawange ke kei toka ai pe ai merino ai otua ko e tau tamai he wani i he whanuani i ahoni pe kaha. O fa ke mo ma o hui ke lot mo nu ia mo o mo ngahi family. Whakapapatu, tautahi, o whala whakapolitikani. Tēnei koe tohira na ulawa.
Eo ko ia ko mau whanonga lele at peki he tohi e haikani kenolo. Whaamu pe koe ngahi uho ko ia e tohi kona ku ki whai pe mo ki kāinga kona koe pe me itonga. Ave ki he pare mea bongbongi. Koe ave ngaton pe ki he pare mea au.
Ave ngaton pe he hiwa bongbongi au.
Eo ave he hiwa au ki he pare mea. Ai e koe kano kato ia e tohi, pia mo kore ko ia kua whai, kono ngā pē ke malu ia e kakai, bisinisi mo e whanua, mo ki nau tolu kotoa pē ngahi kakai ko ia, nau tolu ko ia i tō ngā, pia whatawanga pē, au le tohi ko ni a bongbongi, taimi hiwa ia auho, ki he tui ka mawhoki e pare mi a bongbongi. Ke nolo, I he ane a whina o whanonga whoki homo tāno koe pa mo tāpinga, whikawa koe pa mo e tokoni koe ki he masiwa. Whai hange hao ki whakamatala, nea e whoke ngahi tokoni lahi whoki nai oat me ngahi whitu muri, whikawa mo tokoni koe e ngahi a whaa koe nai toki osi, ngahi a whaa ki mua, ka nea ngahi tokoni masiwa nai o atu ki tokoni ki he masiwa. Koe masiwa when o whai ki e tokoni.
Sione malo ki taki whakaongo mange koe ke ongo lelei pe koe tokoni ki hea sione.
Ki he kau masiwa koe nai lau ki ai homo polokalamo ka ane awhi.
Oia. Ai ni o whai koe he patoa
He
pe koe
patoa.
whai koe he...
I he taha pē ngahi, iho, ha taha pē ngahi mea.
Iyo. Iyo, monia sione. Le foi mahafu foki he taimini o ku ngawe ki kau kantiteiti pe koe pāti. Whangi whakapāti koe whiri whare area, ai.
Koia.
Ai aku kai ke tai ai ha mea ia te lau mau ke whai aki hono tala noa i o e kakai tohi ke mau e nau wauti. Koe mea leo nau whai ko no talange ke kakai ko mou tolu o mou masiwa. Mou tolu mou whakaofa.
Koia.
Mou tolu o koe te tonu a kure anga ke nau hanga tauhi mo toka ngai ki mou tolu. Mou tolu koe te tonu a kakai tu maalie ke nau hanga tauhi mo toka ngai ki mou tolu. Koe mea leo hoko kai sione koe ngoi lea. Hangalewa he kakai e koe nua koe kakai masiwa o whai fui mea e ua. Whai mea ua ki koe neongo e nei aku masiwa.
Koia.
Au koe ka tonu ke o whai ia he pure anga pe tau ia he pure anga. Mo kakai tu maalie ke nau tau ia he ku masiwa.
Koia.
Whai mea no wasione. Hanga he tamako talanga ku masiwa. Ai e whai mea koe kākā. E te lewa ia ku masiwa.
Koia.
E te lewa ku masiwa. Whakaauwha pa te nofu pe ia tari ke o mai e, o mai e, o mai e. O mai moe. Aia ku nau hanga nau tolu o to o ako e kakai ke nau to e kākā angi whanga whakatau. Aia koe fui whaunga ko ia e kai ngā tonga, fui whaunga whatu tā maki. Nau tala noa i he polokama mo tāpi ngā. Nau osi polokama ku o whiha atu whekawaki mo i mea koe masiwa. Ko tongani pe taha na stalamai e pa ofisa hua kau. Ko tongani pe taha ku lava vete ai e masiwa. He ku talamai he whaunga o e whonua. O kuea e mea koe si fe mori mori. Na e tō wholofola e nea whio no houwhi koe ni whare whare koe whare ako koe no tailuru maha toka holo koe holo fo koe no tailuru na e tō wholofola e nea whio tupo wono o whina ngalo ke ui whare ni ko whare masiwa. E tō wholofola tupo wono pe he Ko foi rea ko fale masiva. Nai o mai mo kaunga whakamisnare. Pana e a ko i aki e tonga kotoa pe. Tau te fito ke pia ko tai lulu. Na e a ko i ki nau tolu. Ke nau kamata he masiva. Na kai ke tawange o nau masiva. Na kai ke tawange ko foi mea whakaofa masiva. Na kai ke tawange ko foi mea kovi masiva. Kana e a ko ki nau tolu. Mo tangata tonga. Mo whiwhine tonga. Ke te kamata he masiva. Tako masiva. Ko foi mea whakaloto. Tako masiva ko foi uhinga whakaloto. Ko foi uhinga lelei. Ko foi uhinga lelei. Ai foi uhinga ko masiva. Ko tau ongo i tau masiva. E lawa ke tafi mai e monu me tapu aki e lau maare ka tau tō. Ke tau ongo i masiva. Ko whamakano ku ngawe koe he o pāti he tai minisione.
Koia.
O kuna hanga o whaka ai e kakai. Ke nau roi o nau masiva. Ke nau eti o nau masiva. I he taim tatau pe sione o nau te kai monu pe ai kakai ai ango pāti koe ni mehi kakai masiva. He pehen. Pāti koe ai kakai koe nau meo whai koe no whakaloto i. O mai! O mai e! Pāti koe ai kakai koe nau meo whai koe no whakaloto i. Ai pāti koe ai patoa koe nau meo whai koe no whakaloto i. Ai kakai masiva. Ke nau ongo i o nau masiva pa nau whakaofa. Pa nau hangara malanga i ke kakai muri. Ke nau ome ha sirini ke tufa ke kakai masiva. Sio ko taimin ngau nau kai ai. Taimin nau kai ai koe kau tama koe ni he kakai masiva. Taimin ngau mai sirini kapau ko mai ha tola e te au. Ne kai e tola hive ka agape tola taha mai masiva. Pa nau hangara malanga i ke kakai koe tonga ni. Ai ko gwe nau ngowe. Ke nau ome nau ngowe. Ke ave ke kakai muri ke mai ha sirini. Ko tai ko ome ko nau ngowe ave ki muri. Pe mai ko sirini ia. Pe kai ke o mai kakato. Ka pa ko ma taha mano. No hapo lo ke kakai taha ke tu whakaosi mai. Ka lau mai na tolo hiwa. Mo fatonga e funga ko se.
Wow.
Sai ko pati ko e kakai. Ai pule anga tai mini o pehenia. O nau hangao. O ane ai foi lore e masiva. Nau hanga langa fale masiva. Tai mta tau pe. Nau talamai nau tolu ko pau ke le sisita ko e pati e kakai ke toki langa ho fale. Talamai nau tolu e ko langa fale ko ni ko langa fale. Ai pati e kakai. Kaya nau talamai nau to ko langa fale ai pule anga silini ai pule anga ko e langa. Ai aku fato kaka lo pe ngo pati. Tama ko kaka. Tama taha tu falole to kaka. Sione.
Maria.
Whakaofa e whaunga e whonua. No hanga he e kakai maunga whai. Kakai ngai whakapolitikare koe ni. O whau e whaunga kaka koe ni ke kaka e kinau tō. E koe tū ngai e kui ai. Ane afi na e ongo i hataha o masiva. Na ne ongo i o ongo i masiva. Pa ne mau e whakaapa-apa. Pa ne mau e ofa. Pa ne mau e whoaki. Koe ahoni. Ko kaka ake kakai e masiva. Nau hanga mea ngau e kaka ake masiva he ahoni. Bea koe ahe e palopare mai. Mahalo be sion be ko ulawa. Tā no atu whera ko whiu i whera ko ngau e ke masiva he ongo pāti. Ke kai. Ko whakapapalahi ke ongo pāti. Pāti ai kakai pe kui ko patoa. Mo nau fong a nau tolo. Pe ko whapapa ke pāti koe ni. Ai kakai mo nau fong a nau tolo. Ka koe ongo fong ana sioni ko talatu. Pati koe ai patoa koe na meu fai koe hamet ki fonua pe kakai kana mau ma fai. Kana ukai ka poka tau koe ke te ha me tu ke kakai. Pati koe na kakai koe na meu fai ko hono langa ai fare kakai. Mo tufa ai koloa ki kakai. Ka koe koloa ko ia ko pese ti taha kana fa na to pese ti tamano na ukato. Tulo wat. Palo koe sione te uki afiai ka pau te teu.
Eo, hange ka te mau whiunga au pito pa toi maari au pito whuitari ko ia. Ka e whenga maari ko ia, kai ke tato e hoko ata whiwhiu ko ia, o si mahi no ia. Kai ke loto ke mamahi mai at wha i he ngowhahai. Kai whoko e ta polokalama taua ia ko e politikare kutalere ai. Ko e ta polokalama taua ko e ni ku hange pe ia ko hata sanga-sanga mo hata talatalai whare taua ia ke ka inga tonga i he whiawhini. Ka i he tawhake taha ke nolo. Whewhea ngai tuu ko ia ai polokalama ko ia ke whakalere i tonga whikau ai kona mo e marketi. Whewhe polokalama kona koe pa mo e tokita kona ko mea. Ko hai ko hingoa e tokita ngalo i au hingoa ka ko mantui pe hingoa e tokita. Ai ngahi polokalama kona kulele ko ia pa mo e iyo. Polokalama ko ia whewhe ongo polokalama ko ia pa me i tonga he taimini. Lele ipe ko sia mau.
Ia sere ko polkam ko ngake au ia ko tautahi mo fala
ko ia
politikare.
Ko ia. Fa nga ki whakamatala ki ai.
Tala no ia ki he anga palo palema o koko he fonua. Ko polkama ko aku mo to ke tapo valu.
Ko ia.
Ai ui me mananga ko tala no ia me siti lo au. Ko tala noia ko ia e sione ka mai kai nga mea mai ko mau tala noa ko hae founga e te tau vete ake palo pale ma ko nu hoko he ahoni. He ko hui ko ke lava he kakai ko na tau fili ke lau ki fale alea o vete i loto fale alea e kolo pale ma.
Ko ia.
Na wona tau lo lava mau e wahe mo hiki nima ke hele hiki lahi tahe wahe ko te lau mau. Kakai ki nau lava na tori o vete palo pale ma ko o fihi ai e kakai tua. O sia pa lau, o spena wae pa lau mana to tala mai ke kakai. Mo mai ke tau laka. Mo mai ke tau ave tohitani. Kai hanga kakai o whatonga ko ua ko whae laka mo ave tohitani ko kai ki nau lava au whai peiti whare area. Ai ko polkama ko pe mo imi mananga pe mo to ke tapu walu. Ko matala noa pe a maua ia ki hanga whaunga i whonua ane a fi. Mo whaunga ko ni tau ia e tau whana na te kosi. Ko tala no whakawhakau pe ke tio ko whe ia naua o kusai ange. O wheunga ke tau ngawea ke whunga he ahoni. Pe kusai ke tau te whoku pe ke whaunga ane a fi. Pe o kusai ke ai o fio ki naua. Lau te mao ange halele iai. Ka kai ke mauhanga e mautolo tu iat o kusai a sione kai kovia paura. Ko mau talanoa pe mau tolu e whakawhakakau ke mau inga koe ke tau whakawkau mo tau a o sio lere ko whii e pureanga usai. Ko pureanga whakatui whakakolistu tone pe ko pureanga whakatemokalati aini o kulahiange mamafa mo tui ke pureanga whakatemokalati. Mo mau talanoa pe mau tau ke mahino whakamahino ke kakai me he university lo au oku i kai ke ia ha pe ko te mokalati kakato i maman pe oku i kai ke tatau te mokalati i maman pe ko fonua ko tonga na e o si te mokalati pe ai fonua ko tonga ko programa ko ma to ko na te fai ane nai he ua ane nai pe mo professor kai fahi na hua kau pe mo professor ko valu ko programa ia o haalo au. Mo le pa whakaukau i he tufunga whanua. Ko polokala mai a o mauhanga tuhu i hanga tonu atu ai tupuanga o i paraparema. Pa mauhanga tuhu i hanga tonu atu ai mea ke whai ke eua to e fou i paraparema na e hoko. Ko polokala mai ko ia iau. Ai ko mau whai ko mau toko tolu ai. Programa ko e ui me mananga. Ko talanoa pe ia kia fonga e sayange i ka hau pe ko ane afi. Programa ko e ni haalo au ko na tuhu hanga tonu atu ai tupuanga e palapalema. Mo e mea te tau whai ke o te tau toi fowai i he palapalema. Mahalo ko ia pepe ko no te utari sion kai.
Ia,
Tau ka peu.
E he tawhaki koe ai i Palopalema kona
Sele kile mai pe ke leo e lahi kule.
Ia, koe foi tawhaki kona kou ke uhinga ki ai whikangu mai Palopalema. Koe hai Palopalema ke uhinga ki ai. I he Polokalama koe ia. Ki whakarika mange haki foi Palopalema.
Iyo, sione ka mahalo ka pati tanofo tawaya ke au e Palopalema. Mahalo e tuku mai tau fo ia. He ku whanau e Palopalema.
Koia.
Kau ai pēki Palopalema ka.
Koia.
Ke whakau ke
Pukui
sio.
mai bēk whita.
O ku ke manatu ke he tahao no taha.
Koia.
O ku mou pehe o ku kai ko ha Palopalema na hoko tahao no taha. Ai tutu whakamalohi e kolo e kakai mo tāmate e kakai. O ke pehe koe ka ha Palopalema ia. Te watu e ki Palopalema koni sione ai e hoko koni a taha ua. Koe hu ki tua e tokon Palemia, koe ne tai fie maari e ke whaunga e Palemia. Ke hu lewa ki tua e tokon Palemia, u ki maremo ne kulupu, koe ni unau fotua e koe ke whai hawhiri whakaloto i whalea lea, ka koe ai ni unau te uki ka kai ke whai laka koe ni i a tusi te ui ka au.
Koia.
Te ia Palopalema ku ke te tokan ke sion bina ke whenga peke atu ia Palopalema.
Os whiunga whiua koe nā. Os whiunga whiua koe nā he taimini ke nolo. I he taim te tau pe ke nolo. O kai whuke ta loto whuke mamahi mātaha ki ta ngahi talanoa kon whikaua ki me ngahi pāti ke he, me ngahi temukalati, mo e hāfua. Ko taua, ko e ta husu pe ki taua ia, ki ta talanoa pe ko e hae ngahi mea koe e aonga ki he whonua, pia mo e kakai. Ka koe na ia o whakaiki ki mai koe. Ka kono whakatoa e ke nolo. Ko e ta proklama koe hoko koe i he whalaite. Te ta talanoa i tau ke u ngahi proklama kona kou ke whai. E ko ngahi kusai ange pe, e ku whakafofa mau pe ku whaasio at he proklama. E taim kou ke proklama mai i pe mo tāpinga. Kou sio mau pe mo wha proklama tāpinga. I he talanoa koe whikaua ki pe mo ngahi pāti kehe mo hāfua. Ka koe ki uloto au ia ke o mai e te mukalati ke whakalere e he tau wakapapa. Te mau pēo ke atua tāpe wakapapa me he te mukalati. Koe ki u whahanga au ia o poupou i ke o mai proklama koe te mukalati ke lere he tau wakapapa. Ka koe proklama pe koe au koe ni koe whikaua ki mo e mo ho proklama koe ia pe ko uloto pe ke whakalere koe heni. Koe ki uloto ke mamahi mai a ongo pāti ka te au. Pea mo e kakai koe o nau poupou koe ki he ngahi pāti. Te mau pe ke tu ata au pito pe me te au pe mo i wapapa ki he proklama ko ia e kenolo. Ko ia i kenolo ku sio ngari. Eo.
Koe whamormora te ki he kai sione.
Ko ia.
Ke whatonga e ta proklama sione. Whatonga i mo ku proklama koe a aku.
Ko ia.
O kou talanoa ki he whonua.
Ko ia.
Ko talanoa ki he kulupu.
Ko ia.
Talanoa ki he pāti. O koe ke talanoa tau ki ha Palopalema whakafoi tui ke makatu ngai ha mamahi mai ha ataha.
Ko ia.
Ko talanoa tau sione i he pāti. Talanoa i he kulupu. Talanoa i he whonua.
Ko ia.
Koe kakai tau ko talanoa ke sione. Koe kakai ko ia o totonu ke ilo e no whamiri ka inga moe haa. Koe kakai koe ko talanoa ki ai. Koe kakai whakapolitika ki nau tōru. Koe ngai whai public fika ki nau tōru. O kui ai e totonu ke tau talanoa ka nau tōru.
Ko ia.
Pa o la mamahi mai hono whohona hono ofifine hufanga katapu.
Ko ia.
Peko hono hoa. Peko hono tokoua, peko hono tufefine. Peko hono tunga ane. Toton ke wana mamahi mai no fu akai ngai family mo ha he taimi o taule ai ka fu sino fu politikale
Koia.
e ko me ai toton ke ilo he ngai fu sino fu politikale ko amalaki ke hau ka dictate falearea ke fili falearea ko pau ke talangi ke ho family ka inga mo ha mo siasi o ku ata ho sino fu politikale ke rea ki ai hataha ke ne hanga wanga i koe, ke ne hanga whehu ia koe. Ka pau te tau mai whi mahino ko ia, hei kai ke tau mamahino ia ki tau tolu. I ha tala noa whakapolitikare. I he kakai o kuna ui unu tala noa whakapolitikare.
Koia.
O koe ke tala noa ka fwy sino, o koe ka sino whakapolitikare. Ka koe tala noa sione, o koe tala noa pe ki kulupu, pe koe whanua, koe pe o tala noa kia. Ake ku ata pension tau tana pe a fong kono kita lamai pe sai pe ia fong ko ia fong ape ki nga ko mo ngai Letio ke we mo fata ha lo to mama he ta pe tol
Koia.
sai abu ko nga ka tau ba ia pe me ku ka tau ba ia sio
Koia.
ka ku fa fo fa tu sin ai ku sai abu to ia ko ka ma ko ni flight ya mo to ko to na ka mo to me tu pe ke tano te i fo tano e tau tahi me fala
Koia.
ale malo
Koia be. Ko ku ai be foki ke nolo kono ngā be koe ki uroto ki a kakai te nau mamahi mai ka te au. He ko wilo be ku lahe ngahi tala noa e whikawa ki me ngahi ongo pāti. Ka ukai be ki uroto ki o mai e taua ki tahanga o atu ia he Letio koe wapapa ki mamahi maha whahinga. Ka kohono whakatoa. Tala noa be taua ki he tautahi, pe moe marketi, moe polokalama pe koe au ki whakalere, ko ngā pe ki oa na lawe ai ha whahinga, i he ta polokalama koe ngahi aho koe tolu koe nuku ta lere ai. O wha whakaukau ki ai e ke nolo.
sione tal fo ke fai ke me kon ko fai ngong
Koia.
mo ngau whakapolitikare au ne fi o si o he tau e tonu no ai fai ngai ko ni kono moni se ka pati ke o mai ke at e tali me klau te tat ke te ko he kai te ke lava ko kati me lo te kakai ke hao hao
Koia.
he kai te ke lava ko kati ki he kati ke o na le to ta
Koia.
ya koe ko foi fogo pe te ke lava kati ke o le ta ka te ko au ki he va o mai mi ai
Amen.
he au pe sione ka pati au ko pro kama whakaloto ta pe ho Letio e ke i whakanga i pe ko he kakai e ke i ko me pe kakai ia ne ngo ko aro a o pro kama whakaloto
Koia.
e pe kakai te na we hanga whakanga i ka ko mea lele i taha pe sione e tau ula ki whaka e hi
Koia, monla.
ma tuk peke nau toki fusi mai nau tolo o ave kita o laiki holo e umea koe ka na kai ki te loto kita ki ai pe ko mea lele i pe sione
Io.
tuk peke nau mai o ave kita ki ai ne ngo ukai ke mo ni fui mea koe ai ka ua te tu o alatu ki ai
Koia.
ka ku fa fo fa petisione pa ko fa la het ke ko ma la mi ia na mi apide ko family o fa tu ki America ko pe a moto i America mo me mai ke programa pa ko ko fa mo moleto ne ko fa le petisione isa na ko te paki ha la uteri pe si la ve ai ha fofonga o ko ko fa mo mole ko me la utala nota na sione ko tano pe i he pati
Koia.
ke tano ha fo sino fa fo tu
Koia.
ke tu ia na ton o tano pe i he pati ka mo fonua malo a pita
Io, i taimi te tau pe whamalola he ka te koe ke nolo, malo pito e awhi mai he whiwhini, ko whiwhia lahi pe auia ki hau o whai ho prokalama he whakapapa, koe ki hapano palopare mana i e taha, o sai a pito pe ki hau ko prokalama he whakapapa, ko e koloa pe ho whiwhia, koloa pe mo whiwhia kakai, ko mea pe mahuinga taha he prokalama ko ia e whakapapa. Ko ia i ke nolo whaampe ke hoko at pe ngā hule reipa mi tonga pe mo tau kāinga, o whaatu ka koe, o whalahi atu ke hoa ka mai family ki tonga, pe whatawanga pe ke tato e whitaulaki i he whalai te koe na mūtolu, koe tōpile lula mautolu, pe moi prokalama hoko ko ia ki he tautahi. Ko ia ai, o whaatu ke nolo, malapito e tā mai ka ke pouria.
o va funzione O whātua ki moto tope. Alo.
Io he taimi tau pe ko tau taimi ni toi tau mini te wanoa pe hota ton ko ya hiwa pe ko lava tu e tala no ko ya pe mo ke no lo pe he taimi tau pe ko tau hoko atu ko tau polo kalama he taimi ni ko tu ko he taimi ni tau taimi toi pe tau ki minte toi wanoa ko polo kalama ko ni ko ulele atu ia ko e polo kalama pe ia ke no pe ko ni ko ke no lo ni ko o se ni polo kalama na ia pe he taimi tau pe tai tale pe ko e ta vitamila ka be fo ki what mai what hu mai be ai be mau o e ai ke tau fuhu o ai ke mo e tau hi mau pe hulo la ke mau ka i he taimi tau pe lava lere atu a ke nolo ka e tu pe mua ke o atu pe tau ki foi fasi ma mo tolu ko pe ko mo mea mai pe a whatawang pe mo lele pe mea pina ka e wange mua haki foi hewa ma ai a pe ko ko ia kolisi tutuko ai ako malonga ko ia kolisi ko tupou o atu ia ma mo tolu ko ia he fefini whatawang pe kolisi ko tupou ke na tolu ko na e hako ai o ate ni mag mo tolu he fefini tu ko tai mini tau toi foki ta toke makapapa mo ne lau mo tua niwa sayang pe Vaka ia ta vitamila malu mo ya isalei malu bito isalei tau he mau eo te vita fetuani a whātu toko ua ki aseleria eo si alu ki eua E o tabita mila, malapita ya mai, o whanu. He tem trabe tau temi toi tau mi de flumani ma pia ho ton ko ya ai hiva. E o Tabita. O fato Tabita. pe tau tami to e mine o fulma ua be ho ton ko ia ai hiva I San Francisco to si be tau ki taimi to te be tau mine o fulma ta pe a lava le tau ki polokalama ko ia he fefini ko e pule lulu foke ko e polokalama pe foke a ke nolo pe au faiteri pe a ke nolo ko ha ne polokalama ka ko ne mone lau ko mo tuani wa ko ne die na be a ke nolo ko e tau fo fio fete be mo tau tol ke die na ko iai tavita mila ma bito tavita ya fe mai o fat ka ko poria pe I time tau pe tu pe mo ke o tu pe tau fanki fase ki minute ko ni ta ko ni ke o tu pe ma mo tol pe a fatawa pe mo le pe pina
Hold on, let me hit that. You can find me in the club, I can find me in the club. You can find me in the club, I can find me in the club. I went to a party the other night. They said it's gonna be right. But when we were at the party, I was disappointed. Oh, we could hear there was the crack at you. Oh, we could hear there was the shooby-doo. And the music they played there was not good for a Rasta man. Was not good for any young man. And now
Io tau te mite minto e minite nima pe fitu pe hota don koia. Toi mite fitu pe hota don koia ai hiva he fefini. Whamaro lai hatu te mo tolu kotoa pe mo mea mai koia he fefini. Ko ilo pe ko lavalele tau ki prokalama koia pe mo ke nolo. Pe i whengamare ko ni o anda pe whamaro lai ka te mo tolu kotoa pe na mo wafe mai. Whatawan pe ki mo mau hai whewhilelei. Ta inga koia ngahi prokalama ma ngahi prokalama Letio koia o e fefini. Ko iai, o hatai pe talamono ka te mo tolu. Pe mo e toinga koi o e fini. O whalahi atu te mo tolu, pe a whatawa pe ki mo toki mea mai i he monite koe ui ka hau. Monite koe ui ka hau, koe tau monite, koe aho ia, koe tau polokalama i tau tolu laivi, hanga tonu pe mitonga, pe mo sefo o Hensen. I he monite koe ui ka hau, whawhi koto atu mo tolu ki ai, ki mo mea mai he monite koe ui ka hau, koe tau toki polokalama i pe mo sefo. Ka i he whenga maria koe ni tupe mua ke o atei pe mag mo tolu, pe a whatawa pe ki mo po uriang. And may God bless you all tonight. Ofalahi atu and good night to you all.